music teacher's reaction to the original soundtrack of Fire Emblem Three Houses. Now, I've never heard this soundtrack before. I've never heard this music before. I've also not played this game before. This is going to be my first time hearing this, and everything I say, do, talk about, teach, break down, play, if I play anything, it's all going to be off the top of my head in the moment. So watch and find out what happens, because no one knows, not even me. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling with Fire Emblem Three Houses, original soundtrack, Three Houses main theme. English. What an odd sound in the back. It's like someone chewing on the notes. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Ending on a minor 6 chord. All right, here. Check this out at the beginning. This sound during like the rah, 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 rah. What that is, it's the same sounds that the higher voice is making, just tuned down by like 2 or 3 octaves. See that? That sound in there? Now you can hear. So yeah, you can hear. It's like whatever that is going on there. What we hear first is the sound of that same thing. Down, down, just tuned way, way, way down, manipulated, digitalated. What an interesting little thing to be going on in there. Okay. Okay, the chant is basically the theme of the goddess Sothis, the goddess of this world. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that. So that's gonna be the chant of the goddess Sothis. Sothis. This is called the Crest of Flames, which sounds similar. Sounds like it's starting about the same. Oh. Oh, changing, I think. Oh yeah, very different. This is the second theme we just heard in the first one. Or perhaps it is a motif from the theme. Perhaps all things a theme. Oh, it did say it was main theme. So someone from chat mentioned this is actually the theme of the series. So very interesting that we heard the theme of the series within the main theme of the Fire Emblem Three Houses theme. So that theme incorporated, I think there was 3 separate parts of it, and of which this was the second, if I'm not mistaken. The presentation of this felt very introductory, like we're moving towards something, we're getting ready for something. It's like, all right, children, sit down, get ready, and I shall tell you a bedtime story. So let's see what happens next, because I'm excited to see what happens next in the story. Let's move forward.
Reach for my hand, I'll soar away into the dawn. Oh, I wish I could stay here and cherish hearts in peaceful days. I fear the edge of dawn, knowing time betrays. Faint lights pass through colored glass in this beloved place. Silver shines, the world dines, a smile on each face. As joy surrounds, comfort abounds, and I can feel them breaking free. For just this moment lost in time, I am finally me. Yet still I hide behind this mask that I have become. My blackened heart, scorched by flames of force I can't run from. I look to you like a red rose, seeking the sun, no matter where it goes. I long to stay where the light dwells, to guard against the cold that I know so well. As the rain falls on the path, I chase your shadow.
Oh, yes, please.
I don't feel a single drop or the ground below. Then you turn to me and I stop before I know. And the lie upon my lips,
All right, let's go.
let it go. Across my heart, making vows I know will be betrayed. A sad girl's please, live only for a breath and then be fade. My dearest wish is that you'll know these tender thoughts that only seem to grow. They are as snow melting away, yet seeking your warmth, if only for a day. The blue moonlight cuts across our sight as pure and clear as a ringing bell, reaching for us in the night. As the wind calms my thoughts, I hold strong on this terrace. I feel at peace, carried away by the wind song. Open the door.
Ooh, my
And
devotion.
walk away, never give in to the call of yesterday. Memories that made those days sublime. These ruined halls and tombs, stolen time. Reach for my hand, I'll soar away into the dawn. Oh, I wish I could stay here and cherish halls in peaceful days. I fear
Okay, so let's actually break down the main chord progression that we've been hearing throughout quite a few of these songs so far. Oops, there we go. Sorry, I scrolled down a little bit, and that messed with my whole thing I had going on. Okay, so basically, first we started off in E flat. Now we ended up in E. But basically going, well, let's do it like we're in A. So it's like 6. We're in key of E minor. So flat 6, flat 7, minor 5, to what is basically the 5 of 6. Back to 6. And then we go 5, 1. And then to turn it back around again, we're doing the 5 of 6, a secondary dominant. It's a very interesting chord progression there. Super cool, super fun. And let's keep on rocking it and rolling it here with the next one, which we're going to call Revenge. Oh gosh, what does this remind me of? It's not over. It says it's not over. There's another 30 seconds left on this track, but... Oh, there we go. I was like, wait, where'd the sound go? Alright, so clearly something very dramatic happened. And here we go. I'm guessing someone got betrayed or literally stabbed in the back or something. Ah, sword. Okay. Yeah. Okay. A very interesting piece of music. Definitely for a cutscene. Definitely a lot of storytelling going on here. A lot of very, very interesting things that the chat said we're going to hear come back later, which I'm really excited to hear, like this beginning part here, which to me sounds very Final Fantasy VII, if I'm remembering correctly. And then we also had over here what things got. Yeah, this. So ominous. I'm very excited to hear where that goes. Okay, so with this theme, all right, so the goddess figure, character. Huh. Okay, so I think something interesting to point out is that this chanting seems to me at least to be based off of Buddhist chanting. Now, I've not gotten too far into religious types of music. I mainly stay in modern music and a little bit in classical genres as well. But this does indeed sound to me like if you've ever heard Buddhist chanting, they usually pick a series of syllables that they're repeating over and over again on the same pitch and then kind of zoning in and out of that place. So interesting to hear that connection there to indeed what does sound like, to me anyway, Buddhist chanting. This next one is called Fodlan Winds. All right. So we heard the voice singing this melody before. Missed it. Okay, so I asked the question, which was, what did chat think the time signature was? Some people said, well, maybe a 7, maybe some 3s, maybe some 5s. Now, this really is 4-4, and I want to tell you why I'm saying it's 4. I'm saying it's 4-4 because check this out. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, it's basically, all right, it's in groups of 4s. Now, the question then becomes, okay, we hear where there's these moments where the music is accented, right? Like, shrum, shrum, and you can hear the snare drum going krata, krata with it. And in those moments where they're accenting, they're moving away from the pattern of strongest, weak, strong, weakest that we would typically have in 4-4. But see, here's the thing. You can have accents in 4-4. You can orchestrate things around 4-4. It's still in 4-4. So just because something sounds complicated doesn't mean that it is in terms of key signature sort of mathematical weirdness. For any of you who don't play music and you're wondering what on earth I'm talking about, 4-4 is like the most typical way you'd hear music presented. Modern music, like 90% of modern music. I mean, don't quote me exactly on that, but over 80% of like all modern music basically is in 4-4. And that means we're counting it 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. School's out for the summer. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Every step you take, 2, 3, 4, 1. Every move you make, 2, 3, 4, 1. Ra 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 ma ma. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who knows how long I've loved you? You know I always will. You getting the idea? It's like everything's in 4-4. So what happens is sometimes composers will play around with the 4-4 and put accents on different beats and different areas to sort of throw your ear and make it feel like it's not in 4-4, and that's what we're talking about here. Okay, let's listen to the next one, which is Thunder. We're here in our main theme here. Not part of it. a beautiful, beautiful, dynamic piece of music. Not dynamic as in loud to quiet, but I love the sort of syncopation and groove of those strings in the background there. So Daryl asked a question. He said, well, okay. Well, they said, hey, if there's 4 4, is there such thing as 8 8? Technically, yes, but you never see 8 8. So here you go. I'm going to show you out of my music theory book, #1 bestseller on Amazon ranking. Okay, so look. In 4 4, we have 4 different colors that we're going to use. So we're going to use strongest, strong, weak, and weakest. And the order of the beats in 4 4, it goes strongest, weak, strong, weakest. Now, what that means is the 4, the top number, shows you how many counts are. So remember, every breath you take, 2, 3, 4, Rama, Rama, Ma. Love me tender, love me sweet, never let me go. 2, 3, 4, right? So 4 in groups of 4. By the way, that was not a bad Elvis. Okay, so then basically we have these groups of 4. Now, if we did 8 as a bottom number, that would mean we would have 8. So we'd go, who knows how long I've loved you. Elvis singing the Beatles. Okay, but like, you get the idea that whenever we're in modern popular music, most of the time it's going to be 4 4. Sometimes it's 12 8, but in that case, the dotted quarter note gets the beat as opposed to the quarter note, not actually the 8th note. So a lot of the time in modern music and in popular music, when you see an 8 as the bottom, a lot of the time it's actually going to be a compound meter, which means that each beat is not divided into 2 equal parts, it's 3 equal parts. If that's getting a little into the weeds. Okay. Man, no one said anything about that amazing Elvis impression. I'm just going to say I thought that was spot on, or maybe y'all are too young to know Elvis. I don't know. All right, this next one is called The Archbishop. Huh. I'm sorry, I was so busy making a music joke in the chat. Okay. That I completely missed pausing what we just listened to. So you don't hear the plunk, 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 plunk. Type a 1 in the chat if you hear the plunking sound. I type a 1 in the chat if you hear the plunking sound. Okay, we have some people hear the plunking. If you don't hear the plunking sound, that's okay. We're going to break it down so you can hear it too. So every time I close my fingers like this, right when I do this, that plunking sound is happening. Make sure you have your earphones on. It's like kind of soft. It's in the background. So what that plunking sound is, that's a technique called pizzicato. Oh, the basic gamer. Oh, Franz Ferdinand and Marcus Majara are all there, as is the Nitro one. Yes, the pizzicato. Pizzicato is a fancy Italian word for I play my violin, viola, or cello with my finger. That's basically what pizzicato means. So whenever you hear that plunk, plunk, plunk sound, someone is playing their violin, viola, or cello, or possibly, well, acoustic bass. Yeah, I suppose so. They're playing it with their finger, and that's called pizzicato. So when you hear pizzicato, think, I'm playing my instrument with my finger. Now, the opposite of that is when they play it with a bow, that's called arco. Okay. Yeah, Daryl, I'm honestly unconvinced. I would love, Daryl, if you can, if you have a copy of that music or a picture of that music, please shoot it over to support at bestmusiccoach.com because I really would love to see how they worked that out with the 8/8. I'd love to see that. Thank you. Okay, this next one is Guardian of Starlight. Huh. Now, I just spent the past, 2 weeks listening to Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and right here... Right... Sorry, I went too far. Right there. Hearing that fifth there with the two iterations of the, so that B flat, so that two Fs. Oh my gosh, we've heard that so many times. It's a fun little fragment of a connection between this one piece of music, 2 seconds of the piece of music, and Xenoblade 2. But I've been hearing that for 2 weeks straight in Xenoblade, so that's what made me think of it. All right, this next one is called The Officer's Academy. Help. And I was pulling it up. All right, so someone actually mentioned that they'd played a piece in school that alternated between 4/4 and 8/8, and I, in my entire life, have never seen a piece in 8/8. So I was like, please take a picture and send it to me because I've got to see this thing in 8/8. So I was actually just making sure my email's up. So once that comes through, we can all take a look at it. I'll do a little screen share to make sure we can all see what's going on. Okay, so talking about the Officers Academy here, I think what's interesting to me is it doesn't even sound that military. Like, you'd think the officers gonna be like, you know what I mean? Like, is this an academy that has, like, pools with fountains and lots of really nice trees? Because that's what it sounds like. Type a 2 in the chat if I just described the academy correct or if I'm totally off. Kinda. Yeah, rich kid fancy school. That's what it sounds like. Doesn't sound like, you know, a military thing, which is interesting. The next one is called A Guide for the Future. Pizzicato again. All right, so this is a very whimsical piece of music. Let's talk about what makes this whimsical. What starts off making this whimsical is the shtum bum bum, shtum bum bum. Listen to that. It's these shorter notes. And it's like a little staccato, a little playful. And then that's mirrored at the end of the phrase with these long legato notes held out. Legato means linked in Italian. And so we have short, 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 short. On the long, 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 short, 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 long, 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 long. And that contrast between the short sounds and the long sounds is part of what makes this so gosh dang whimsical. That like the bells. Long, 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 short, short, short. In the piano, short, short, short. And then on top of that, having these very short flute moments makes the whole thing very, very playful. The section was called Life at Garreg Mach Monastery. Match. Okay. So there's clearly a connection from the first song to this song. More pizzicato. Then tremolo. Okay. Look. I'm not sure who was like, okay, now let's take a guide for the future to the next level. And then let's add in hip-hop trap drums on top of it. And if you wonder why I've been smiling and laughing this whole time, it's because it works delightfully well. But that is typically not where you hear that kind of drum sound. It really isn't. Like with those hi-hats going, doing those like 30-second note type things with the hi-hats. And then even just the sound of the kick and the snare and how the kick and the snare play around. So basically we're in 3/4. I'm very confident saying we're in 3/4. And that the kick doesn't even come to 1 until sort of the very last part of each section. Right there. Oh, there you go. Oh, maybe it's 6/8. The way the drums are. Anyway, point is, interesting use of trap sounds, those hip-hop sounds, and with this orchestration, I think it sounds great. This one is called as Swift as Wind. Oh yeah, come on. Okay. Hang on. Oh, I've got too many things happening here. And hold on. I've got that piece of music. We're gonna. I've got too many of this. All right. So, just to let you guys know, at the end of the stream, don't let me forget, because I have the piece of music pulled up with the handbells in question. It sure enough has measures in 4/4, 3/4, 6/8, and 8/8. And we're going to take a look at that at the end of the stream. Because this next one is called Dwellings of the Ancient Gods' Reign. So many interesting things happening here with stutters and reversed sounds. I'll point out the stutters first. Listen to this. That da 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 da. Dun, 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 dun. And then between those two stutters, the sound's actually reversed. So you hear that kind of sound. That's when you reverse the sound. So you take the digital sound and then you just flip it around backwards. And then even more reverse sounds here at the end. You know, at the end of that sort of sound at the end, that's a reverse sound. So you have the forward sound that's being played then into a reversed sound, which is very interesting. Yeah, even that first of the ba. Hear that right at the end? Ba, that little right at the end, that's a reversed sound. I think, yeah, all those pianos, it was a layer of the forward sound and reverse sound together at the same time. Wild and very, very interesting. Let's check out the next one. Oh, that's when you get time travel powers. Well, that makes sense. So much noise in the left ear. Oh no, that's the cord of my headphones. That reminded me a lot of Nobuo Uematsu. Yes, in terms of the chords that were used there, the way it kind of jumped around, didn't really want to stay in one key for a long time. That felt very Final Fantasy VII, which is the second time I've said that in this stream and only the first part. So it's something to hear such an influence by such a monumental and outstanding composer in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but in my opinion, influencing composers that came after. So this one is called Wrath Strike Rain. So what's wild is even here with like the that descending group of 4 chromatic half steps, and well, the chromatic half steps kind of a redundant. What's it called when you say the same thing twice? Like an airy air? Yeah, an airy air, or like wet water. What's that called? I know it's redundant. Isn't there a name for it? Anyway, this one really reminded me of another tune from Final Fantasy VII that when we listened to it, I compared to For Whom the Bell Tolls by Metallica. This one as well. Obviously, there's tons of things doing different, but I'm just looking at the common elements. And very interesting to see these sort of through lines, these through connections of creating drama and creating dissonance and creating interest in these similar ways. And that really comes down to... Yeah, right there. Bomb, 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 bomb. Yeah, like right there. That's so cool. Right, that's what they're doing. Yeah, so a little different than From Whom the Bell Tolls, also a little different Final Fantasy, but just an interesting thing. It's like boom, 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 and I might have been playing those pitches incorrectly, but you get the idea. Descending chromatic things going there, and that wasn't purely chromatic. I put a whole step in there. Anywho, let's check out Wrath Strike Thunder. Well, that was cool. Trying to take that. I mean, that boss theme the Wrath Strike rain was already kind of like there. That was kind of taken to the next level, but it sounded pretty similar to me. Next one is called Dark Sign. There's a creepy fellow with an earring and a very interesting beard sitch going on in the thumbnail. Oh, how creepy. Oh. All right, so this is what I want to break down here. It's why this sounds. It sounds like there's someone, and just looking at this guy, he looks like someone I wouldn't be able to trust. But let me explain to you why this music sounds like you can't trust whatever's going on here. So it's like someone tells you half a truth and then a lie. Listen to this. So that's the truth. You haven't heard that? I'll play it again. Here's the truth. All right, true. Like, that sounds pretty straightforward, right? It sounds like, you know, go to the store, get your groceries. And that right there, that's, oh no, Chad was helping me shop at the grocery store and he's just a friend. So here we go. Go to the store to get groceries. Chad. He's just a friend. This is, I've got movie night with the girls. And Chad was there too to make the guacamole. I'll play for you one more time. Okay, so this is straightforward. Right? This is, I'm going shopping. Chad was helping me shop. You know, he has to get the green beans, which are high up on the shelf, and put them in my cart. Who's Chad? And then I'm going out to girls' movie night. Girls' movie night, but Chad's there. Okay, so you can see how the music is telling you there's something straightforward, there's something wrong. It's like someone's lying to you. Something that seems straightforward, and then something's wrong. They're lying to you. That could also be a character that has sort of two faces or two sides of them. Okay. Just friends, huh? Exactly. Spot on. All right, sweet. Yeah, cool. So it's really interesting when composers will use like consonants and dissonance like that to show us an element of what's going on in the story. The consonants is like, that's the truth. That's straightforward. It's easy. And then the dissonance, in this case, not always, but in this case, the dissonance is like, you know, you come home and your son's like, Uncle Chad was here, and you're like, hang on a second, what? So let's keep rocking and rolling. On to the next one, which is called Respite and Sunlight. A definite change. Oh, this is so much fun. Okay. 3 things I love about the song that I really want to point out to you are, number 1, the groove. That's like the main thing going on here. Oh my gosh, that is so good. Let's listen to it one more time. All right, that's brilliant. Then what I want to point out to you is this xylophone sounding thing here. Oh my gosh, that is so sweet. So with that groove that's already been there from the beginning of the song, those strings, you know, like having this little xylophone playing around and doing all these little syncopated things between it and with that groove. It's like Eminem rapping, man. It's like, rhythmic genius. Okay. Next, I want to point out to you here, right there. And we need the shabba bye bye ba. Listen to bye ba bye bye. It's these glissandos between the notes of those strings. They're delicious. You heard that? Shibidabadooey. There again. Shabidi ba. So something we've seen so far, now we've listened to quite a few. This is about the 19th track. Something we've heard pretty consistently throughout all these tracks so far is this attention to detail of texture, playfulness, and new sounds that typically you don't hear a lot of places. Like this whole, honestly, this entire song, number 43, Respite and Sunlight, easily my favorite that we've heard so far. Easily. Head and shoulders. It's so cool. I've never heard anything like it. It's genius. It's like so fun. It's so playful. And then doing those types of things with strings. Like you don't hear strings like that very often. You don't hear grooves like that very often. And you don't hear xylophone playing around grooves like that very often either. Very cool. This next one is called Blue Skies in the Battle. Okay, see, oh, we're gonna actually let's listen to Thunder first, and then I'll talk about both of these. Over the plains of Africa. It's like the end of every Nat Geo special. Okay, so now this is what I would expect from something, that has like military. So blue skies in a battle. Battle, this sounds about right. Why does it sound like a battle? It sounds like a battle because of the drums, the way the percussion's playing. It also sounds like a battle a little bit because of what everyone else is doing, like the strings, but really in the drums. Now, the coolest chord progression in this whole, both the rain and the thunder, is easily right here. Which I didn't catch the first time around, which I should have, because I'm just pointing it out to you now. Let's listen to it one more time and see if I can grab it. F major, F sus, C sus 4, C major, then it went D minor, then it went like D minor, D minor over C, kind of like a D minor over B. Might have voiced it differently. It could have been a G, a D minor over B, but that could actually mean It's like a G7 add 2. I'm not sure what the voicing is there, but a really beautiful series of chords there that reminds me a lot of when you watch the ends of like maybe 2 or 3 hour long nature documentaries when they have them a couple parts. A lot of times at the end of nature documentaries, it sounds a lot like this. And you hear Sir David Attenborough, Morgan Freeman's voice saying something like, "And across the Great Plains, life carries on." That's a poor mix between both a Morgan Freeman and a Sir David Attenborough. Life on the Serengeti. All right, words to believe in. Let's check it out. So right here, what we're hearing, I'm sorry to pause, right here we're hearing gestures at like the main theme, or part of the main theme. But even right there, hang on, go back. Go back. Look, right here at the end. It's like, it's going. Which is pretty cool, because what it's essentially doing, it's kind of creating this movement. So C stays in the bass. And so because we're in the key of G major, essentially what's happening there is that it's we're in key of G major, so we have C major, and then the C stays in the bass, and it's a D triad on top of that C, and then it moves up to, I think it then moves up to C. Yeah, for the most part. So it's like C, D, C, but C stays in the bass. C is the lowest note the whole time, and that's what creates that feeling moving back and forth there. The next one is called Land Beloved by the Goddess. It's so Nobuo Uematsu, the whole progression. Yeah, so look. Alright, see if I'm like. Oh no, it's not totally. E flat, D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, to B flat minor. But just having that movement where before, you know, it's like we established this idea of being in B flat minor. And then after all that to go to that G flat, to the A flat, I don't know, just something felt so Final Fantasy about that. This next one is called Tempest of Seasons. Rain. We're going to listen through Rain and then Thunder, and then I'll talk about them. There we have those bends, those slides, just like we heard in the strings. Random question. Does this song play in Super Smash Brothers? Type a 1 in the chat if it does. Don't remember. It doesn't. Okay. Doesn't. I don't know, something was ringing a Super Smash bell with me here. Chat, could you explain to me the significance of having these rain and thunder versions? Are these like the two phases of a boss fight that the music flips back and forth between? What's the significance here? Thunder is for battle. Okay, so map theme. Okay, so rain is for map, thunder is for battle. Okay, that makes more sense. Now, in this game, is it sort of like open world where you could run around and then when you get into a battle, you get the battle theme? Okay. Oh, like chess. Okay. Oh, turn-based strategy RPG. Right. Right, so like each character can move a certain number of squares. Yeah, I get it. Okay. All right, so something that I wanted to point out to you. Two things. Right here. So if you listen very carefully, there's something going on in the background which you can just catch right here. And it's going like, wow, wow, wow. Listen for it. Yeah, it sounds like a bass. Because sometimes you get basses that go wow, wow, wow. So listen for that. See if you can catch it. I mean, it's playing the whole time. It's just there's one moment here where it really sticks out for a second. Type a two in the chat if you can hear the brown, brown, brown bass. Type a 2 in the chat if you can hear the brown, brown, brown. Now. Next thing I want to point out to you. All right, people can hear it. Okay. Next thing I want to point out to you guys is, the brow is hurt, says CJ. Okay, the next thing I want to point out to you is something called doubling. Now, or layering, if you're more into the music production side of things. So doubling would typically be when two instruments play the same exact notes in the same octave register with the same rhythmic pattern. Or doubling could also be that someone has two or more instruments they're playing for a piece of music or a performance. But what I mean by in this case is really the layering of this melody. And if you listen to this melody, it's ba ba. Right. Ba 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 ba. Now listen, because you have the strings going ba 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 boom ba 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 ba, whatever the ending is. Now listen on top of it, because there's almost, it sounds to be almost like, no, I don't, man, somewhere in here it feels like there might be orchestras. But anyway, on top of it, you can hear it's like these chime. You can hear that super, 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 super high notes being played. Type a 2 in the chat. We just did 2. So type a 3 in the chat if you can hear the strings playing that melody with those very high, like pinging, almost bell sounds. Very, very high up above it. Okay. Super cool. So now you can hear this in so many different layers and in so many different ways if you listen very carefully to, I mean, everything from pop to metal to rock. You can hear that sometimes even with vocals, you'll have an instrument playing the same notes of the vocals an octave down or an octave up to support it. And so what it does is it really gives support, an extra layer, an extra level, an extra focus to the melody that there would not be there otherwise. Let's check out this next one, which is called A Gentle Breeze. So something I want to point out to you is right here. Oh gosh, that's so good. Listen again. So just like we talked about before, that contrast between those short notes and those long notes, instead of having like short notes at the beginning and long notes at the end, what we have now is a mix between short and long notes. Listen to this. So what you're hearing there, that's called articulations. Articulations. Now, an articulation is the way you play a note, not just playing a note, but the way in which you play a note. And that's part of what really brings the texture and the emotion home in pieces, is the articulation of how the notes are played. This next one is called Learning Lessons. So again, here, there's so much contrast between long and then these short pizzicatos. It's like having Oh, I don't know if you've ever had like pasta, but then someone put something crunchy on top of the pasta. And it's like, okay, you have these long, these soft noodles and this luxurious sauce, right? But then on top are these little crunchy things, little crunchy things. And that difference in texture is again part of what makes this sound so whimsical. So what we've seen throughout this first part of this OST is a ton of times where the composer is trying to translate something as being, number one, it's safe. It's definitely safe. There's no danger present in this area. Number two, there's a certain amount of maybe not innocence, but security. So safety, security. But then also perhaps silly things are happening. And if silly things aren't happening, it's like exploring, but safe exploring, safe adventuring. And that's being translated with these staccato notes and these legato notes together, contrasting each other creates, and then it's also the notes, don't get me wrong, and it's the key and it's the chords. But talking specifically texturally, that's part of what's giving this feeling here. The next one is called Seeking New Heights. Okay, let's have a talk about some low-end instruments. So bass notes, instruments we hear playing the bass here are tuba, the left hand of the piano, and also an upright bass. Listen to this. I mean, the tuba you're gonna go plop, 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 plop. So the way it's mixed is you can hear, if you're wearing headphones or earbuds, you can hear the upright bass, the acoustic bass in your left ear. You can hear the piano right about here, sort of like over your left eye. And then you can hear the tuba like... Tuba, it's like the tuba person sitting behind you and to the left. Let me know in the chat if you can hear all three bass instruments at the same time. Wonderful to hear the tuba here. Not very often that you hear a tuba used. I mean, it's not often you hear a tuba. That's all I'm saying, unless you're listening to tuba music. And I think, personally, that is tuba ad. This next one is called Battle on the Waterfront. Now, I saw people in the chat say this is for a fishing minigame. If you told me this was a fight to the death between the two main characters, I would have believed you. Such dramatic music. And such reverb, too. All right, this next one is Hope as a Melody. Oh, we're going to hear Hope as a Melody. Let's check this out. That was a beautiful melody. Sounded to me as if it was all MIDI voices, and I'm really excited to see what happens next. In Teatime Joy. Ha! It's like harpsichord, harp, pizzicato strings, glockenspiel, now flute. You know, music like that makes me feel like saying, Father, would you please put some scones on the grand piano? We'll eat them after tea. Yes. Father. And again, whimsy, safe, fun, proper, a little proper. Anytime you hear that harpsichord, things feel a little proper. That's what it's called, a promise. So not only are we hearing the melody motif here, we're also having a string accompaniment motif. So yeah, we've actually heard pretty much all of that before. So one thing I want to point out to you about the chord progression is like, so it's G, then it's G over B, B in the bass, then C, then D, essentially, is what is happening there. Now, what that means, if we just think about the bass line, so we have G, B, C, D, and so what's happening is that bass line is actually moving us forward, and that's one of the really cool things about putting chords in inversion. Shout out to my level 2 music theory peeps, is that you can actually really move the entire chord progression along, keeping the same, essentially the same triad in the top. So we're going to have a G major triad, root position in the top. And because you're moving that root note from G to B, then C, then D, it's also kind of like you're walking up the scale. Sure, you're skipping A, but that's how that whole thing works. It's very cool, very interesting. The next one is called White Heron Waltz. Oh, yes, Mr. Darcy. Yes, I shall go to the ball. Okay, the next one is called The Night of the Ball. It's called the... The next one's called The Night of the Ball. Okay, let's do it. Yo, this piano is shredding some sick lines through this waltz. And here's the thing, the piano's mixed way back, so you can hardly hear it for about, half, maybe 2/3 of the song. But listen to this piano, man. Like, even right there, it's like so jazzy. And then right here, I mean, and it does some other things. It does some things that's more sort of like agreeing with what's going on, or arrangement type stuff. And here you can hear it opens up again. And again, that's jazz, man. That's like some jazz playing. So cool. Some sick piano shredding. This next one is called Three Houses Main Theme. Hey, didn't we already listen to Three Houses Main Theme? Oh, no, it was in the Fire Emblem main theme. Okay, here's Three Houses Main Theme. Oh, let's try that again. Is my account's being used in another location? It is. It's in the window that's right next to this window. Oh, these are bonus tracks that got requested. We had some people request some bonus tracks at the beginning. Well, a lot going on in there for sure. We heard, we heard the main theme. We heard so much going on. Very cool. Beautiful by Rosen, the artist. This next one is Fodlan of Fodlan. I don't know what to do with that that accent over the O. Winds, Inferno. That was a loop, wasn't it, Hans? It sounds a little different, though, this time around. All right, well, that was a ton of fun. I'm really enjoying this first foray, this part one of this soundtrack. So cool, so many interesting things. I love the whimsy in the texture, and I cannot wait to see what happens in part two. Now, for those of you who've been with us since the beginning of the stream today, hang out. And even if you join late, because what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at a piece of music that, sure enough, has a measure of 8/8 in it. We're going to first listen to an example of what this sounds like with handbells. Hang on, I just found it. Okay, so let's check this out. So it's Toccata Rhythmica by Michael Joy. Let's take a listen to this, and shout out to Michael Joy. And this is the Houston Bronze Ensemble. I'll put a link to this. Yeah, I'm going to put a link to this in the chat. Okay, so a lot of really wild rhythmic things going on here. So, what's happening? And I actually looked at the score here. Let's see if I can. Get this. Let's see if I can get this for you guys. 1 second here. I'm gonna pull this up for you. We can take a peek just at this measure here, where sure enough, we can see 8/8. 1 second, just gotta jump into my streaming software here and just change the view. Come on now, play with me here. Okay, there we go. Okay, and we want to show a window. Yes. Okay, let's put mini me down there. Okay, let's get a background. All right. So, check this out. Toccata Rhythmica. What we're going to do is we're going to run through. Now, you can see there's like 4/4. There's 6/8 here. 3/4. So, the reason why the composer's alternating between 6/8 and 3/4 is because 6/8 is 2 beats per measure, and it's in compound, which means each beat gets 3 equal divisions, whereas in 3/4, each beat gets 2 equal divisions, and there's actually 3 beats per measure. Let me see. Can you guys still see that okay? Let me just double check my YouTube here. Yeah, okay, yeah, you guys are seeing it. Okay, now, where was we? That's not it. Sorry, hang on, I got too many windows open today. Okay, right. Okay, 6/8, 3/4. All right, so that's the difference for the 6/8, 3/4. Now, here's where things get really interesting, okay? So basically the composer's alternating between 3/4 and 6/8 a whole bunch of times, right? Now the composer goes and alternates between 8/8 and 4/4. Now, let's look at the way this 8/8 measure breaks down here. Essentially what it is, look, we have, it's essentially the composer's presenting a compound or mixed time signature, a mixed meter here. Not mixed meter as in like we're changing meters back and forth, but as in the sense that we have, look, 3 here, 3 here. So what we're showing is that, yes, sure, the dotted quarter note gets the beat. And then we go to like 1 beat here of essentially what is going, because you see we have dotted chord note, and then just, essentially, dotted quarter rest, then quarter rest. So what we're showing here is compound, compound, simple. So another way of expressing this would have been to have a measure of 6/8, then have one measure of 1/4, then to go into 4/4. But what you can see is because the composer wanted this to be one phrase here, one single unit, one combined thing, they didn't want to break it up into two measures. They actually used the time signature of 8/8 because no one uses the time signature of 8/8. They kind of were like, well, let's throw caution to the winds, divide it however we want to divide it, and here we go. So here's a very fascinating use case of the time signature 8/8. This is the first time I've ever seen the time signature 8/8 in my life. But as you can see, in summary, the composer essentially has a measure of 6/8 here, and then one extra beat of simple meter here at the end. Fascinating. Fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner, and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. We're going to start today with Tactics. Keep in mind, we're going in the order of the original soundtrack, not in order of the YouTube things that are floating out there, thanks to Pikachu, who made us some playlists. So shout out to Pikachu. Thank you very much. Here we go. Yes, and Weirdness Unfolds. Shout out to Weirdness Unfolds as well. Well, make these playlists. Sorry, Weirdness. No shade intended. Well, that song sounded like it was preparing us for something. We heard quite a few things that we heard in part one. One of which was pizzicato strings. That's that plunky sound where instead of playing a violin, viola, or a cello with a bow, someone actually plays it with their fingers. I'm not going to say too much more because I want to see what that was leading into. So let's check out the next one, which is called, oh my goodness, Fated Death. Here we go. Ooh, little mix of major and minor in there. Clearly something very heartbreaking just happened. Something tragic. Sounds like someone's either crying about loss or banished from somewhere. Maybe both. Okay, so this whole thing starts out, this is a cutscene music, but this starts out with something really interesting here at the beginning. Let's take a listen to this again, right at the very top. Just that build up right there. Listen to it one more time. Turn my headphones up a little bit. Right there. Oh, it's there for a second. Okay, so part of what makes this music sound so unsettling, clearly like something bad is happening, is playing around with the difference between a major and a minor third, and then other closer intervals. So intervals that are like 1/2 step, 1 whole step, which would be a minor second or major second away from each other. But listen to this right here. It's just a hint of a major third. Right there. Right there for a second. For a second. Hear that? Just 1 second. Bop. That note there. And then there. So it's basically it's like a C and an E, and then right after that, then we get that D flat. On top of that, making it a minor second. On top of a fourth. So, oh my God, I can't even play. Hey, I have to go over here. So, all that at the same time. So it comes down, and then for a moment, we hear a major third, and then out of this major third, we transition into minor second, perfect fourth, like that. Now it's down here, so it's even more. Oh! Isn't that dissonant? So when composers do things like this, what they're painting is they're painting a picture for you of something terrible is happening. This does not sound like vanilla ice cream on a Sunday afternoon. This sounds like something not so good is happening. And so that's why composers will use notes like that to show you that something not so good is going on. Let's listen to the next one. Broken Routine. All right, now so many things we could talk about in this piece of music, but one thing I want to point out so everyone can get this is listen for the 2 octaves in this melody here. That, like that. Listen. And when you hear it, there's a... I am a music teacher. My ears are just not working today. Lord have mercy. All right, so what we have is, yeah. You have this top note here. That little gesture in the melody underneath it at the same time. And when you have both those at the same time, that lower note, it's actually the same pitch class, which is the fancy way of saying it, the same letter name. And what it's doing is it's doubling, it's kind of sort of, the melody to reinforce the melody. Yeah, you can hear it continues on. Very interesting, clean pipe organ sound there as well. So sometimes, and the reason why I want to point this out to you is because even if you know nothing about music, well, Lord, yes, it is an octave, might be actually, it's more closer to 1, 2, 3, 4 octaves apart from each other. But yes, that relationship is an octave. And so I wanted to point that out for you because even if you know nothing about music, what you can do from now on is when you're listening to your favorite game music is you can go, oh, I hear that there's something going on up here. And that same thing is going on lower down as well. And there's actually a reason for that. It's because that lower part is actually supporting that higher part. It's making the whole thing stand out just a little bit more. Okay, let's check out this next one, which is called Those Who Sow Darkness. I prefer sewing shirts. Good things. Alright, type of 1 if you can hear the octaves right now. You know that high note being supported by that lower note. Awesome. Okay, so a couple things I want to point out here. So we have... Yeah. That's the main idea. Now, check this out. Remember before how I talked about that really weird, creepy moment was happening because of that major third being mixed in with all that kind of weird stuff? It's almost like, for the same reason, like It is so creepy, is because it's a clown, which typically would be something happy, and then it's creepy. And the fact that it's something that would normally be happy, and then it's being presented as creepy, almost makes it even more creepy than the very fact that it's creepy in and of itself. You follow what I'm saying? Basically, if something's supposed to be happy, and then we kind of pervert that happiness and make it super creepy, then it's even more creepy than it would be in the first place. And so what we have here is basically going major third, minor third root, major third, minor third root. I'm not saying this is the root of the key the scale was in, but that relationship, a part of why that entire piece we just listened to is so creepy, it's because it's playing around with that major third and that minor third, but it's bringing that major third, which normally is like vanilla ice cream on a sundae. Well, gosh, Mom, Pa, are we going to go get in the car and get some ice cream today? Well, sure, Billy. We're going to go drive on down to our local Dairy Queen, and we're going to get you whatever soft serve you want. Oh, gosh, Pa, can I have vanilla? See, that's what that major third is kind of sending us towards. And when we mix that in with that minor third, it sounds so creepy. Okay, let's listen to this next one, which is called Awakening. Back and forth, no pun intended on the fourth. Haha. Yeah. Oh, come on. Now, my memory could be completely failing me, but I think that's the first time we've heard that harmonization of this. I think Sothis was the name of the deity in this particular universe. I think this is the first time we've heard this harmonized. Now, what does harmonized mean? Well, harmonized is when we take a melody or we take an idea and we put chords behind it. Now, what chords are, when we take two or more notes at the same time and we play them all together. So like when we were doing our little vanilla ice cream story, well, that was a chord. It was three notes played at the same time. So, for example, we could go, let me show you an example of harmonization. So, yeah, let's go. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. I'll play it one more time. It's really hard. All right, so I'm doing very simple here. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Now, so that's harmonized in a particular way. Now, I'm going to harmonize it differently. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Oh, same melody, same words, different chords. Harmonization. So I think this may be the first time we heard this particular harmonization of this idea here. Ah, in this cutscene you fuse with Sothis, so that's why. It says Hans Gretel. Well, thank you very much, Hans Gretel. Zarath is making a very funny joke. Zarath says Mozart did a great set of pieces exploring this, which is hilarious because à vous dirai-je maman, which is the actual original name for Twinkle Twinkle, was a whole set of pieces Mozart did. And I always forget that because it's the funky French thing where you que fais-je, qui suis-je, when you reverse the verb and the... Anyway, okay, this next one is called Carrying Through Heaven. So one thing I want to point out here is the play between, the texture. The texture. Okay, now what do I mean by texture? I mean, it's the overall thing. So it's like, imagine the music is a soup, and it's like you're eating the soup, and it's like the texture of the soup. It's the overall feeling, everything coming together gives you. Now, something I want to point out here is listen to the drums, listen to the main melody, and then listen to how the strings are doing these little rhythmic patterns in and around everything. It's gorgeous. Check this out. And then on top of that, you have the basses over here in your right ear playing a counterpart to everything. It's amazing. So this attention to detail around texture is something we saw all through our first part. This is part 2. All through our first part, we saw this over and over again, this attention to detail and texture. But I just really wanted to point this out to you because this is something that's totally gorgeous. It's totally special. It's totally missing and totally worth talking about. This next one is called, Tearing Through Heaven, but this time we're going to do the battle. Here we go. All right, hang on one second. We're gonna go back. Okay, so what's cool is that at the beginning here, it's really hanging out like sort of implying a Dorian, a Ray 6. And, oh gosh, what was I going to say? Oh yes, the tuba. Guys, in part 1, we were talking about the tuba. And I was like, hey, give me a shout out and type a T in the chat if you need a tuba. Check this part out here. I knew there was something else, and it was the tuba. All right, so you have to be wearing headphones. You're probably not going to hear this on computer speakers or on a phone speaker. You're wearing headphones. Listen in your ear all the way back here for just this little slight kind of farting sound. That's the tuba. Type a T in the chat if you can hear the tuba. Oh, we've got some tuba aficionados. Oh, they're hearing it. They're hearing it. Oh, fantastic. Super, super. Hey, let's check out the next one, which is called Mask of Fire. So many weird, wonderful, and kind of creepy things going on here. Couple things I want to point out. Number 1. Right here, this was like the violin players just had on their music, make it sound creepy, pizzicato. I'm not even sure how you'd notate this. Someone out there who's like a composer probably knows how to get people how to do this. I'm not even sure how you'd notate this. If you are such a person, let me know in the chat. I'd love to know how you'd notate this. Getting this right here. It's like the cursed violins, the cursed pizzicato violins. Okay, then after the cursed pizzicato violins, then we have this line. Now listen to it. It's being played by the strings, but there's an octave below, an octave or two below. It's being doubled to really make it stand out. Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear that lower part underneath those strings. And then all that while you hear that like the building creepiness going on in here, and then finally at the end, and then at the end it goes all whole tone on this thing. And a whole tone scale is usually when you just use whole steps all day. And then if you harmonize that, it's just major thirds. Which again is one of those things where it's like major thirds can sound like ice cream on a sundae, and they can also sound like, I don't know, demented clowns. Okay, this next one is called Roar of Dominion Reign. Let's check it out. Oh, I have questions. Right. It's like almost the main theme. All right, hold on one sec. We're gonna go check something out here. Okay. I don't know if this is significant, but check this out. So the way the main theme starts is what it's doing. These specific three notes, they are connected. It is the 1, 3, and 5 of a minor triad. It's essentially a minor triad arpeggio. Now, if we listen to what we just listened to, it's an inversion. Instead of going 1, 3, 5, it's going 5, 3, 1. Well, it's not just going 5, 3, 1, but it's playing around with that minor arpeggio. I wonder if there's a connection there, perhaps giving significance to the main theme around that. I'm not sure. But hey, there you go. All right, this next one is called... Oh, let's check it out, because this could be the Thunder version. Yeah, it does start off with 2 times through. 5, 3, 1. Huh. Okay, 2 things. Number 1, we're going to listen for a second here. Right there. Listen to it again. Let's listen to it again. Type a 3 in the chat if you can hear what I'm starting to get at here. Wow. Okay, something really fascinating is going on here, and I'm not quite sure what it is. We're going to investigate and find out. Okay, you ready for my hypothesis? Oh, some people are hearing. Not sure what I mean. This is crazy. But all right, check this out. Something really interesting is going on here where it sounds to me like this song used to be longer and someone actually came in and chop, edited it together. And what we're hearing right there is the splice. I could be wrong, though. Listen to this. happens one more time. Let's listen. All right, maybe it was just the one time. A very, very, very interesting thing there. Yeah. Huh. People say, oh, that's subtle, but oof. Flower says, oh, yeah, now I notice it. Not just a slight, somewhat noticeable. Crazy Bit is very interesting. Intentionally putting it off beat. So, yeah, possible. Yeah, it is. Okay, Anons says, I feel it's intentional and meant to be slightly off-putting. Interesting. Whoa. Oh, A Nacho Cheese says, oh, I noticed it now. I thought it was a transition. Very, very, very fascinating moment. I mean, think about all the hours worth of soundtracks we've listened to together on this channel. And this is possibly the first edit that we've heard. I mean, with the exception of the Doom games. But possibly the first edit that we've heard where it's like, whoa. And we're asking ourselves, was that intentional or not? So a fascinating little piece in there, possibly a glitch, possibly intentional. We will never know. We'd have to ask the composer. But very cool, very interesting to find that little tidbit here in the song. This one here is called Farewell. Same key as the main theme. Using somewhat similar chords. So in moments like that, even though it's not playing the main theme, for me personally, I'm going, oh, okay, we're kind of in main theme land. Because the main theme, that's all D minor. When we're hanging out in D minor, they're playing similar chords to the main theme. It's not a main theme. We can't really point to, let's say, a specific motif or a theme, indeed. But it's sort of like, it's like you took the Scream painting. Everyone know the Scream painting? It's got the, it's all like impressionist and a guy's doing that thing on it. Like, what if you took this Scream out of it? You look at it, you see, oh, it's a Scream painting, just the Scream's not there. It's kind of the same thing. It's sort of like, oh, if any of you grew up, when I grew up, we had Ronald McDonald. So you would expect Ronald McDonald's to be at McDonald's, and then eventually they took Ronald McDonald. You're like, oh, it's still McDonald's, just without Ronald. course, there was the Hamburglar. And all the rest of them. The next one is called Descent. Just spoke says it produced the same exact section that made things interesting. Thank you. Wow. And hang on, I gotta turn my headphones up just a little bit. We're gonna go exploring. Here we go. Let's check this out. Right there. Ba-da. So we have ba, that's our root. And we are. That's what we're hearing right there. But then it says ba-da-da, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh. So again, we have a moment of, we have this touch, this gesture at a major third, and then everything falls off the rails. And then from there, it's all minor, it's all foreboding. But having that one touch of that sort of major third sound at the beginning, again, this is the third time we've heard it in this part 2 of the soundtrack, that this major third adds this element of, oh, creepiness. It's like, you know how in like horror movies, sometimes it'll be like an old grandma, she'll be like, come in, dear, I've made some cookies. But really the cookies are like, I don't know, like, you know, and she turns out to be like a demon or something. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like this major third. It's like, oh, it's grandma. I'm home. I'm safe. And it's like, no, you're not. So very, very, very interesting to hear this tool being used again for a third time. This major third, and then everything getting very dissonant. And I shouldn't say very dissonant, but dissonant after that. The next one is called Three Crowns. one second. Let me grab this thing. It's even right there. And the bass is... Listen to this. All the while, that F sharp, again, it's like consonance, dissonance, which is interesting too, because if you think about the most basic way a lot of our modern music, all the way from classical music through today, functions, it's the other way around. It's dissonance, consonance. And it's that change, that tension from dissonance to consonance that gets you that tension to that resolution. What we're hearing here is the opposite. It's consonance, dissonance. So I'm really curious to see if this gets wrapped up towards the end of the game, where that story of consonance, dissonance gets changed to dissonance, consonance to show the end of the entire story. But we shall see. We're going to listen to these next two in a row. We're going to have Chasing Daybreak Rain and then Chasing Daybreak Thunder. Let's check them out. Gesturing our main theme here. Now, what do I mean by gesturing at our main theme? When I said that here, listen to it. If I'm not incorrect, those are literally chords, but it's in a different key, hang on. That's literally how the main thing. I know it's slightly different. Right. Slightly different order, and that's what was confusing me. Same chords, different order. Let's keep this thing going. I said I was going to let it play through. Thunder. It's basically the main theme. Oh, come on, that's basically the main theme. Type a 4. Type a number 4 in the chat right now if you can hear the main theme being hinted at left and right. For the stars. Well, not here. Started singing too early. Alright, but guys, check this out. Yeah. Oh, it's like fragments of the melody all over the place. Ba 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 of ba 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 ba, right? Right there. Reach for the sun. I'll come take my hand, whatever. Yeah, okay. My singing was terrible there. Like, that's totally not the point. The point is, oh my gosh, there's little bits and pieces of the melody being sprinkled here and there, obviously with reharmonization, different chords underneath it, but sure enough, it's still there. I think what's interesting is it was almost easier to hear in this Thunder version than it was in the Rain. So I think what's really cool here is to look at how really brilliant composers, you could see Chris Christodoulou, shout out to Chris, does it all the time, where he'll take one idea and he'll recycle it in so many different ways that you don't even know he's recycling it when you're hearing it. It's like just the rhythm motif he had in Risk of Rain, right? Like all over the place, to the point where I wasn't even catching the number. Like I need to go back and re-listen through the whole thing like 20 times, right, to find all the places he did it. And it's like one of the joys of hearing these video game soundtracks, which essentially set up like operas, right, with leitmotifs, because that's where leitmotifs comes from. Opera comes from Wagner, comes from the Ring Cycle. Wagner didn't invent the term, one of his friends did, right? But it's basically an opera. It's a story, and then the music is telling parts of the story. And just a quick breakdown for you, what a leitmotif is, it's a piece of music that's associated with a person, place, or thing, a noun. So when there's a person, place, or thing, there's a piece of music associated with that. That's what a leitmotif is. And then a motif is a piece of a theme, and then the theme is the full thing. Cool. Really, really interesting. Let's check out this next one called Beneath the Banner. Oh, we've heard this before. We've heard this motif before. Okay, so cool. Let's check out this one thing here. All right, something I want to bring your attention to is the rhythm of the melody and how this rhythm is repeated and then brought home to rest. All right, so look, there's like a question and answer. There's a question, there's an answer inside of a larger question and answer. So I'm going to point out the small question and answer, then I'll point out the large question. All right, so here's the question. Question. Answer. Right, so you see the first step. It's come on now. Right. Da dee ga da ba do ga dee da do gi ba shdo dee ga da da ga do ga dee ga. Question answer. Let's listen to that question answer again. Answer. Question number 2. Answer. Answer part 2. Now, what's really cool is we could zoom that out. And here's a really fun thing about melodies. You can start looking at it in smaller pieces. It's sort of like Google Earth. You can zoom in, and then you can zoom out. So now let's zoom out on the melody. Here's a big question. Still question. Answer. Very cool. All right, let me know in the chat if you could hear that sort of question response, that call response, that question and answer relationship, both when we zoomed in and we looked at it real small and when we zoomed out. I want to hear from you in the chat. And listen, if you're a lurker and you don't feel like typing, I won't call you out, but I just want to say, we don't need to have any communication other than you just typing. Oh, so many people are seeing it. Yeah, totally. Okay, really cool. So the most simple and most fundamental way for us to break, call me out, do it, says Rad. The simplest way to understand melody from a structural perspective. So think about the way you build a melody. The simplest way to think about it is questions and answers. That's the most fundamental way of thinking about it. I mean, you could break that down into binary, on and off, but I think it's better to think of it in terms of question and an answer. This next one is called Scales of the Goddess. Okay, either the goddess is... Vote A, B, or C in the chat. Option A, the goddess is a mermaid, so she has scales. You get it? Option B, the goddess has literal scales that she's weighing you on, like, the soul in Egyptian mythology. What was it? Amet, the crocodile goddess, was the one with the scales. Option number 3, the goddess, scales of the goddess. Yes. Option number 3, the goddess has a button she can press, which she can double, quadruple, or halve or quarter her actual physical size at will. So you let me know. A, she's a mermaid. B, she has scales she weighs. 3, she actually scales herself smaller and larger. I'm interested to see what you have to say in the chat. Let's check out this next one. Oh, Scales of a Goddess shredding at Ellen Gale. Oh, hints the main theme there. Guys. All right, so you know what's wild? The thing that made me go, oh, there's a connection to the main theme was literally one note and one chord. Had this entire, literally brand new theme. So I could be spreading myself a little thin here and not being 100% accurate, and I might be having a case of, you know, when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But bear with me here. Ba, 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 ba. Too tenuous of a am I grasping at tenuous straws? Perhaps I am, but my goodness, this brought me back to the main theme. Especially with the violins finishing the phrase there, or violas finishing the phrase there. Yeah, ba ba in the violas there. Who knows? I could be totally wrong. What do you think, chat? think I'm totally wrong. You think I'm onto something. Wait, what's my viola joke? Ellengale, I don't remember my favorite viola joke. What's my please, Ellengale, please tell me my favorite viola joke. I'd love to know it. Viola. I don't remember the viola joke. All right, I remember there was something with violas. I don't remember what it was. Calm winds over gentle waters. Man, I want that outfit. Looks so sharp. All right, check this out. All right, so check it out. It's like a C with an F sharp to a D with an F sharp. Oh my gosh, I wanted that E minor there. But no. All right, check this out. Oh gosh, it's so cool. And then you think right there. Sorry, that's a little out of tune. But like you think that's the only place that's going to go. Well, you're not thinking that's the only place it's going to go. Everything can go everywhere. I don't mean to be small-minded about it, but I think it's really fun when a composer is leading your ear to a conclusion and then doesn't follow through on it and does something totally different. Check this out. Wow. So beautiful. I love that entire piece of music as well. It was absolutely gorgeous. This one is called People of the Marketplace. This is a straight banger. All right. I want to hear from the chat. Type a Y if you agree with me that that was a straight banger. Type an N if you think no, that was not a straight banger. I will respect your opinion either way. Oh my gosh, we're listening to that again. Okay, what am I getting so hyped about? I'm getting so hyped about the fact that we have this thing, and I'm not singing exactly, but that kind of idea going on in the strings. And then underneath it, oh my gosh, we have this really cool low string thing that's playing against it. So look, the idea is introduced. And everyone's agreeing with the idea, right? Everyone's going along, making the idea sound as smooth. Right? Everything's fine and dandy. Oh my gosh. And right then, they're doing trills there too. Everyone hear that trill? Oh my gosh. Who does that? Who thinks to do that? And it sounds amazing. So creative. And I think what's amazing too, think about the number of hours of music that's been created, even just so far that we've listened to. And to maintain that level of creativity, that level of quality throughout this whole thing is insane. Amazing work. Next one is called Garreg, Mach, Cathedral. Oh, hints at the main theme. I mean, come on. Come on. Okay. Like you guys, what's so cool is hearing motifs thrown in. Where was it? And what's funny too, it's like that motif, that ba 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 ba. Every single time I seem to be bringing up the main theme, it's because I'm catching that melodic fragment right there, and that melodic fragment right there seems to be what is being used so much throughout these pieces that are not the main theme to call back and attach to send these lifelines, these connection lines back to, indeed, the main theme. Super, super cool. Oh, by the way, hang out to the end of the stream because I'm going to give you something really cool. This was really cool. This was very beautiful. Listen to the next one, which is called The Leader's Path. All right, chat. Now I want you to keep it PG-13 with what I'm about to say. But there's a technique that you can do on any sort of woodwind, I believe. I think, yeah, you can do it on a saxophone, but especially on a flute. And that is called overblowing. You can overblow a flute. Keep it clean. Now, here's the thing. You can actually hear an overblown flute in the very background here. Or even an overblown recorder, even, is what it sounds like. It's like you get a recording, you just really honk through it. It creates these really high-pitched kind of squealy sounds. Type of 3, number 3 in the chat, if you can hear that overblown flute, it's very faint. Now, if you can't hear it, don't worry, I'll play it again. Right there. Again. Which makes me think, I wonder how many. Yes, you guys are hearing it. Oh, this is so cool. By the way, if you can't hear it, go back and listen to that again. And that's going to be The Leader's Path, starting at around 1 minute 24 seconds. Right in there. Yeah, thin but pretty obvious. Yeah, super fascinating. A wild and very interesting texture to put in there for only like 4 measures or so. Really, really an interesting thing that you do not hear every day. And it's so soft, I could not tell you for sure if it was an overblown flute or an overblown recorder, but it sounds to me to be one of the two. Possibly could even be an overblown shakuhachi, and I just don't know what an overblown shakuhachi sounds like. Anyway, let's keep this thing going with the King of the Lions. Sounds very military. Sounds like we're getting set up for something. Or perhaps it's an introduction to someone who is indeed calling themselves the King of the Lions, though. Oh, let's talk about what makes this sound. So, we're in D. And what makes that sound so special is because these are called an interval of a perfect fifth. And what we're doing is we're sliding these perfect fifths around. And when you slide those perfect fifths around, well, it sounds very particular. There's a very particular sound you get from a perfect fifth because normally you don't throw perfect fifths around like that unless you've got power chords. So hearing those fifths like that leaves this open space. It leaves almost a majesty. It makes me think of a large physical space. So perhaps a castle or a hall of some sort. And that's because there's just those two notes together create a feeling of space, as opposed to, say, those two notes together don't really feel like a large open hall, but these two has something very regal about it. Let's check out this next one, which is called Golden Deer and Crescent Cookies, Crescent Moon. Oh, this is amazing. There's those fifths again. Oh, jazzy vibes. Hang on. So, look, what we have here number one, the percussion is amazing. There's like 3, maybe 4 different percussion instruments being used. One of which sounds to me like that one that's made out of clay that has the pipe on it, the hole in the middle of it, which is really cool. Or some version thereof. There's some sort of ceramic type baked percussion. And so we have that same idea of these fifths carried over from the last song we just heard into this one. So before we had, or whatever it was, and here it's, Very interesting to hear those fits. I wonder, is there in chat, let me know, is there a connection from the last song to this song? I'd be very curious to know. Because having a musical connection like that usually shows there's going to be a person, place, or thing that's in common between those two, or a situation. This one is called Spiderwebs. We've actually heard this before in a different form. Ooh, we heard this whole piece before. Guys, we heard literally this same song before. Does anyone know which one it was? Very similar to previous tracks, as Simon. Yes, yeah, I agree 100% with you, Simon. Yeah, I skipped a song. Sorry. Let's go listen to Funny Footsteps. This is so 20s. Okay, some of this is so 20s and reminds me of like the very first musicals ever. Something I want to point out is very interesting to you is there's two of these little moments. We're going to listen through them and then I'll talk about them. Right there. All right. So this song is you could either think of it as 4/4, possibly 2/2. But the point is, it stays. I'm going to count it for you. I'm going to show you first. I'm going to break this down. Just groove with me here. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we don't lose the grouping of 4 in the total of the time. But what happens here, it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, three. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, and then back in. What a delightful rhythmic escapade in the middle of this thing that kind of feels straightforward. It feels like two. Unch, 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 unch. Strongest, weakest, strongest, weakest. But then all of a sudden, does this funny little thing, but still ends up lining up with those groups of 4 or groups of 2. This next one is called Anxiety. Let's check it out. Okay, hear me out. This doesn't remind me of Anxiety, but there's a couple really cool things that happen here. Here's number 1. You have these chords juxtaposed against a single note. Ah, right there. Tension, 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 tension. And then, what an absolutely fascinating, again, a fascinating, doesn't make me, doesn't directly remind me of Anxiety, except for maybe that tension in there. But this part right here, oh my gosh. So cool. Let's do it again. And part of what's cool there is the notes, but a lot of what's cool there is the rhythm, too. And so what we're seeing is that, this entire soundtrack is totally original. It's not just original in the sense that, they're coming up with themes and motifs that we've not heard before, but it's also original in the sense that there's orchestrations, there's ways of using instruments like that overblown flute, never heard before. There's melodic and rhythmic ideas. There's these sort of flights of fancy where the rhythm, the pulse gets totally left behind, like we saw with that grouping of 3 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, and then again a 2, but it was really presented like a 1 type of a thing. And I cannot say enough about the originality and the hard work of the composers and the creators of this music to make this incredible art that is original art. Original art. And I was saying this also in part 1. I was like, man, I've never heard anything. I've never heard anything like this. And I'm not saying I've listened to everything. I've listened to a lot of music. I'm not saying I've listened to everything. But wow. Really cool, and it's not every day you hear this many sort of brand new ideas. Really, really cool. Love it. Next one is called Citizens of the East. Like we've heard this theme too. Like, yeah. We've heard that idea before. Like a couple songs. But presented in a different rhythmic way. Anyone in the chat who knows this OST pretty well, could you let me know what tracks specifically we've heard that had that yaga daga 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 before? Because I can't remember the names of the tracks off the top of my head. We're going to listen to As Fierce as Fire while we get that straightened out with chat. Love that string part. Something I want to point out here. This is like a minor version of a part of, I believe it was the main theme, again here, that we're hearing now minor. So in the same way, you can harmonize. Like, remember we took Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, we made it sound sad? Instead of going, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, we can go, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Put that G in there. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, how I wonder what you are. Anyway, I sing the same melody notes as Twinkle Little Star. I've made it sound kind of sad. You can take, instead of going, let's see, What if we go? So let's do that one more time. So here's Twinkle Twinkle normally. Now here's Twinkle Twinkle minor. Okay, so in the same way you can take a melody and reharmonize, you can also take the same melody and make it sound really kind of sad. Yes. So, how about that for a little lesson on not just reharmonization, but creating themes and variations on a melody. Okay, this next one is called Paths That Will Never Cross. Yo. All right, we're going to go back to the rain version. All right, so first thing that happens, all right, so rhythm, I mean, there's so many things that's cool going on in this. But something really cool here is in the rhythm. So the drums are going to go to half time, which means that typically, and I'm going to call these out to you, the pattern of the kick and snare is going to go kick, snare, kick, snare. That's actually how we're going to know the BPM of the piece. Kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare. All right, so part of what makes that transition feel like we're going to more power is the drums start playing half as fast. So listen again. Kick, snare, here we go, half time, kick. Snare, kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare. Now, here's where things get really crazy. But everything stays lined up with that 4/4 time right there. So very interesting to hear those drums go to halftime. Super, super cool. All right, let's check out the last one for today, which is The Dream is Over. Huh. That is basically main theme. Oh, gorgeous. Ah! It's even there, the ba 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 ba. Oh no, that's Final Fantasy I'm thinking of. Ha! Was gesturing at the main theme. Or perhaps it was a different theme, not the main theme. Help me out, chat. Was that the main theme I'm thinking of? Oh, this plays if a character you're controlling dies, which does happen in video games. Well, thank you all so much for joining me on this wonderful thing. I'm going to let it go straight through the thunder, and then we'll talk about those. All right, well, we've officially entered into Tuba Appreciation Week, which, as everyone knows, is the last week of December. So send a card to your favorite tuba player. In fact, you could hug a tuba if you happen to see it in a music store. Just don't knock anything over, unless you have to pay for it. And yes, we are in fact kicking off Tuba. This is not real. This is a joke. But we're kicking off Tuba Appreciation Week with a strong start throughout this entire Thunder version of The Long Road, having a ton of tuba, which we've actually seen throughout parts 1 and part 2. Rather heard, because we haven't actually seen any tubas. If you happen to see tubas while you listen to tubas, and there's no pictures of tubas in front of you, sounds very interesting, may want to tell your doctor. But besides that, two very interesting pieces to get us started off. Something I want to point out to you that we actually talked about in part 2 is back here in the Rain version here. Where was it? Well, I'm now proving that perhaps I should talk between Rain and Thunder versions. Excuse me for one moment while I find the point I was trying to make. Oh, there it was. Okay, so we talked a little bit about having the same melody or the same notes being played in different octaves by different instruments. So listen to this. So we hear ba 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 boom ba, and we hear that being played in the piano, and you can hear that in your left ear. But on top of that, we have a whole bunch of other instruments playing the same idea. The ba 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 ba. Here we have the horns playing that as well. That's more right and center. And there may be some synths in there that I'm just not quite picking up. But an idea for you if you happen to want to write video game music, or write music in general if you want to just like produce. Taking things and doubling them up adds power and adds focus to what is going on there. This next one is called Indomitable Will. Say Indomitable 20 times fast. Here we go. Oh, fascinating. Ha! Well, you know, I tried getting this. All right, now as I toil to try and get you track names here, I think what's really interesting about the okay, so we've heard this this theme before. We heard it according to chat in let's see where we hear it in disc 1, 2 songs in disc 1. The end is Fodlan Winds. Song title, yeah, we'll get the song title. Yeah, so Fodlan Winds. Hey, does anyone who speak Celtic know how to pronounce that? Irish, sorry. And The Edge of Dawn. Okay, now what's interesting is before when we heard this melody, it was all well together. It was, ooh, how do I put this to you? It was like a piece, here's a great thing. All right, so it's like when you make toffee, the candy toffee, you have to stretch it out, and you get this long, big thing of toffee, and then you put it into a machine, or if it's artisanal, you use a little cutty thing to then cut the toffee into pieces, because no one's going to be able to eat a piece of toffee that's like 10 feet long. Someone chats and be like, I'd eat a piece of toffee. Yeah, but you know what I mean. You can't really eat a piece of toffee that's 10 feet long. So what's happening here with this melody is that before we heard it all as one long piece of toffee, what's happening now is there's space between the melody notes. That's what's happening here. So if we go, listen to it. Also playing around with some of the rhythm of it, but you hear how that melody's much shorter. I don't know if I'd call this a staccato representation of the melody. We could call it staccato. Staccato meaning dry in Italian. It's a musical word for when things get short. Really, I would just think of this as a different presentation of that same melody, that same theme, that same idea, playing with space and playing with time a little bit, in addition to a different tempo, perhaps a different key. I don't recall the key. It was in the last time we heard it. But what's cool to hear is a composer taking an idea and then playing with it, breaking it up, taking that one piece of toffee and then just breaking it up. Or toffee, I think they also make candy canes that way too, but then the candy canes get hard. Well, then they do cut the candy canes into pieces too. You get the idea. How many sugar-based metaphors do you need? Okay, this next one is called Unfulfilled. Let's check it out. Yet again, a song where we've heard parts of the theme before. Chat, perhaps you could clue me in to the song names where we've heard this before. But past that, this is so beautifully balanced, such an incredibly balanced mix, and it's so beautiful and so rich. There's so much. I think what's interesting too is that the sound that's being created here, the feeling that's being created here, is using what I do believe to be sampled or synthetic, digital strings, being the violin, viola, cello, basses. Like right in here, it's like so bright and buzzy. And it may be some slight saturation in on the mix or the master. Just listen to that right there. Because it almost has this, it's like very warm, and then there's this kind of like hard top edge. It's almost a little brittle sounding. Edge of Dawn. Yes. Okay, so yeah, man, this is so cool. You know, oh, gosh. We got to figure out a way where we can pull up old songs fast. We'll figure this out for a later stream. I've been thinking a little bit about the format, about how we're doing these here. Because when we have OSTs like this, where there's so many callbacks and references, it would be so cool to immediately be able to go, like, jump back to another song to compare. So anyway, for now we're going to move forward. And we're going to check out Recollection and Regrets. Sorry, that's Regrets. Oh, that was so cool. Oh, there it is again. Okay, in my opinion, one of the coolest things about this, and there's so many little like Easter eggy type things hidden throughout the soundtrack, but here's just a really cool little thing. Did everyone hear that? Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, so cool. I'll play it again. There it is again. And it happens every time at the end of like each cycle, each phrase. Oh, halfway. There it is again. There it comes. Ascending there. But a really interesting arpeggio going up and down. Type a 1 in the chat if that's the first time you've ever heard that little tidbit, even though you've listened to this song before. Let's see. 1. Oh, weirdness. First time hearing it. Oh, a bunch of you. Notice it before us as hands. Oh. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. Looks like a bunch of you, this is the first time you've actually picked up on that little detail. Now, what's really cool about listening to music, like when we do this together and I'm pointing these things out to you, this is like eating a dinner with a great chef who's going to point out little things in the dish. You're like, oh, wow, I didn't know that before. And all of a sudden, it can increase your appreciation and the depth of understanding and connection you have to the music because you understand more. Oh, Rad said they heard it before. Lord Sonor XL noticed it. Blep says I noticed it before, but only because I listened to this OST way with 2 Ys. Too much. Okay. All right, let's keep going to the next one. Okay, one thing I want to point out to you, which is used a little bit here at the beginning. Let's see. Oh, right there. All right, so what that is basically like a 1 to a minor 4/6. Let me explain that to you. So it's like, oh, know what that's going to be in tune. Hang on. So what's happening there is basically the first chord is going to be the major 1. And then instead of going to a major 4 chord here, so think about 1, 2, 3, 4. Typically when we count up 4 notes, the next chord is going to be major. Major would be happy. Sound like that. So happy, happy. But instead of making the 4 chord happy, we make it sad. We change the quality. So instead of like this, that doesn't sound very poetic. I mean, it sounds fine, but there's no like drama. There's no like intrigue. There's nothing like ooh about that. But when we do it like this, it's like, oh. A little bit more mysterious. And so what you can think about doing, if you're writing, is think about taking chords that would normally be major, or normally be minor, and switching them out. Borrow them from another key, or if you don't even have to think about it as borrowing from another key, you can just change it. Because why not? You might find something cool, like you heard right here. This next one is called Beyond the Crossroads. Okay, hang on. I was responding to a message there. I'm gonna play this a little bit more. Okay. By the way, for everyone here, just so you know, we have hundreds of OSTs currently on the list. What we're doing right now is we're not adding any new ones on, but you're more than welcome to upvote anything that's currently on that list. Okay. Huh. So this entire piece of music feels like it's leading us somewhere, or it's preparing us for something, or something is about to happen. It doesn't feel like things are, well, okay, I should say it doesn't feel like things are going on, but it feels like if you've ever played a video game like Shadow of Mordor 2 or Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I can't think of any other games that have this feature. It's like you have this mode in the game where you're going to attack a fortress. And before the fortress, it's like you can go like, are you ready to attack the fortress? And then you say yes. And then there's this whole cutscene of like people sharpening swords and like sharpening knives and like drinking water and like walking horses. And it's like, for me, that's what this piece of music is saying. It's saying that something's going to happen, but this is not the main event. That something big, something important is soon to occur, but this is not it. Well, that's almost exactly what happens when this music plays. Well, see, there you go. Okay. Now, if you're wondering, Dan, how on earth did you figure that out? It's because I use a thing called music theory. Music theory allows us to understand music, understand the emotion behind music, and how to translate music in different ways. And yeah, that's really it. I used music theory. I used music theory and understanding of how everything goes down and what the music makes you feel. Okay, let's check out this next one, which is called Rematch. This sounds like another cutscene. I know the title gives it a little bit away, but like, I feel like you're about to fight someone. This is like the dust. It's like the hand goes to the gun in like an old Western. Okay, now what makes this feel suspenseful? A couple things. I'm going to point to two things. There are more than two things, but I'm just going to point out two here that do make this, did make this suspenseful. Okay, so number one, it's those cellos playing that's called tremolo when you play one note really fast. And then that blah thing going on with the piano right there, where it's hitting that very low B note there. Yes, and then those very sort of slow higher notes on the piano being played in octaves. But yeah, really, those low piano notes on top of the tremolo strings come together to create, well, a lot of tension and expectation for what I'm hoping is about to be a banger up next. We have Between Heaven and Earth. Let's check this thing out. Ah. Okay. Theme. Main theme. That's our main theme here. Parts of it. All right, this was the rain. We're going to go straight through to the thunder. Ah, oh, so cool. Okay, besides the fact that both of these were bangers, look, sometimes I feel like they kind of paint themselves into a corner with the rain, because like the rain version is like fire, and then it's like, okay, how do we make fire more fire with the thunder version? It's like, just put on some big drums, make the theme staccato. I don't know. Amazing in both cases. Something I want to point out here is, oh, by the way, it's not like a bad painting yourself in the corner. It's like the best problem to have. It's like, my one song sounds so dope. How do I make this dope more dope? Like, how does one take a great song and make it greater? Like, it's the greatest, and then you're gonna try and greatester it. One thing I want to point out are these trap hi-hats in this piece of music. So while we have this orchestral just meanness going on, this sounds so just like bad. Not bad as in bad, but bad as in like bad like good. You know what I mean? Like, ooh, that's bad. But like not bad as in like, oh, that's bad. Like bad. Are you following me? Good, bad. Like the inverse. Like, oh, that's sick. You don't actually mean someone's throwing up. You mean it's cool. So, check this out. Now, you're going to hear the hi-hats alternating between sort of like here and here if you're wearing earbuds or headphones. Now, this is the second time we've heard trap hi-hats being used in this OST in something that really traditionally wouldn't have hip-hop elements in it. So cool to see modern genres finding new life and new combinations combined with older ideas like an orchestra. So cool. By the way, if you're wondering what on earth trap hi-hats are, you go listen to some trap music and you'll hear it's my very poor impersonation of a trap hi-hat. Also, yes, you have to pretend like you're playing a hi-hat, but obviously, again, not very well, because like all my action is coming from the... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's check out this next one, which is called Alende Thegia. Look, the way the reverse sounds are used here, it's amazing. It's incredible. All right, listen to this. I mean, you just listen to it, but you know what I mean. Like right there. Like, so verse, forward. A little bit of reverse. Fine. so cool. So it's like this juxtaposition. And I think we talked about the last time we heard reverse sounds that there's a goddess or a deity that has power over time in this universe, which would make sense here if this has something to do with either the goddess or a acolyte of the goddess. Because what we're hearing here again is this playing around with forward sounds and reverse sounds at the same time, but this beautiful counterpoint, this play between the forward sounds and the reverse sounds where they're coming together in this really harmonious, synergistic way that is just... I gotta be honest with you, this is one of the prettiest things I've heard in a long time. I'm just gonna let it play for a second so we can all listen to it. This is honestly... I don't know. Sometimes you hear something that's like a brand new idea and it's like, just genius, man. And it's like there's this increase in reverb, and off that increase in reverb, the reverse comes. So I have a question, because that's a really interesting way of even just presenting that idea. Is there some mechanism with this time travel in the game where there's like a pool or a portal? Oh, there must be a portal. Is there a portal that someone has to pass through to go forward and backwards in time? Have I got that? Have I got that? Tell me, chat. Tell me. No, it just happens. Not a portal, no. Kind of do it. No, it's just a mind thing. Okay. Huh. You literally shatter time. Yes, Rob, I really want to know. It exists. Okay, it's not a portal. More like an innate power. Okay. All right. Well, I didn't have it right on the head, but hey. Well, maybe that was the shattering of the time, where it's going forward. It's like there was a forward sound with this reverb, and from the reverb, there was this reverse that came. Anyway. All right. Isn't it serious? Okay, I think what's interesting too is we've not heard many songs in 3-4. That was in 3-4. That's partly what gives it a very different feeling from a lot of the things we've heard before. And so if you're thinking about within a soundtrack, trying to differentiate between different realms, different states of beings, like a mortal or plane. It's like a mortal plane versus a demigod or a god plane, if you will, of existence. Right? There's a couple different ways you can fundamentally differentiate a piece of music. You can fundamentally differentiate a piece of music through a couple ways. You can be the time signature, it could be the key, it could be the scale or the mode that's used, it could be the harmony, it could be the tempo, it could be the style or the genre. And I think it's interesting that 3-4 there is used. And by the way, if you want to know, Dan, how do you know it's 3-4? How do I know this is groups in 3? Well, okay. In 3-4, there's a strongest, weak, weakest metric hierarchy. Metric hierarchy just means the order of things that are strong and weak within music. So if we can hear a low, high, high, low, high, high. And because we're in low, high, high, it's repeated in groups of 3, that's how I know we're in 3-4. So check this out. High, high, low, high, high, low, high, high, low, high, high. And you just got the whole song. Low, high, high, low, high, high, low, high, high, low, high, high. Oh, a very interesting point there with the time signature. Let's check out this next one, which is called Dark Clouds Canto. So I had a question in chat, and it says, isn't Waltz 3-4? Jonathan also said, sounds like a waltz. Kieran said, isn't a waltz. By the way, sorry if I'm saying that wrong. It says 3-4. Okay, the answer is yes. Now here's the thing. Some people conflate all songs that are in 3-4 with being waltz. In fact, some people call 3-4 waltz time. Conflate means when you take two things and you confuse them as one. So a conflagration of rivers is when two rivers meet and then become one. So here's the thing. Not all waltzes, all waltzes are 3-4, are in 3-4. Not all songs in 3-4 are waltzes. So yes, whenever you have a waltz, it's always going to be in 3-4. But not all songs that are in that 3-4 time are going to be waltzes. I repeat. Okay. This last song was very interesting, very foreboding. I have a little bit of a cheat here because I'm actually seeing some visuals here off the playlist I'm using, and I see this very foreboding fellow with the black earrings and the gray hair and the very cool beard, whose face and eyes are both gray and white. And the last time we heard a lot of music with him in it, we were hearing this idea, this sort of duplicity, these lies, these musical lies were being told last time we heard from him. And what we're hearing throughout the song, sure enough, is dissonance. It's basically classically a way to show bad guy, or bad thing, or bad situation. Like everything throughout it's tension, it's dissonance, and that's translating bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, or bad situation, bad situation, bad situation is what that is translating on a musical level. But let's keep it going because we have another, we've got like 3 more songs with this guy's face on it. So we're going to go check this out. The next one is called Javelins of Light. Okay. I think that's the most dubstep we've heard so far in this entire OST. That was fascinating. So that level of dubstep being brought in at this point makes me think Javelins of Light are perhaps an advanced technology, or there's some sort of advanced technology or some otherworldly technology that's being used in your fight, or this guy has some power. Sorry, I just messed my contact up. That he's got some otherworldly power that's being perhaps represented by this dubstep. I'm correct? Yeah, okay, nukes. Yeah, right. So what that dubstep is representing, because everything we've heard so far, sure, we've heard some electronic elements, but hearing this being so, I mean, it was like not straight down the middle dubstep, but it was like very dubsteppy dubstep. Groove with me here. I'm not being very committal, but like, you can hear that amount of technology, it's really implying that there's something else going on. It is something from outside of everything we've heard before. And sure, the Javelins of Light apparently are some sort of sophisticated technology that's actually translated in the music with a sophisticated technological marvel of music, which is dubstep. Okay, this next one is called Shambhala, Area 17 Redux, Rain. All right, so we've heard this before, like 2 songs ago. Let the beat drop. Oh my gosh, how are they going to top this in the thunder? Yep, we've heard this before. We've heard these ideas before. Let's go straight to Thunder. Now, that actually, by the way, before we go into Thunder, that bum, bum, bum was the same, that was basically the leitmotif, I believe, of this character that we heard way back in, like, disc 1. Anyway, just wanted to point that out, that leitmotif is woven through here. All right, let's do this thing, Thunder. Oh my gosh, how hard is this going to hit? This is like, you know when you get to the top of a roller coaster and you're like, oh my gosh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, come the heck on. All right, I gotta be honest with you. As you know, I always am. I thought the rain... Oh, I agree with the poll, man. I agree that's out of 60 votes, 63 votes now, 64. Out of 64 people who are on the stream right now, 75% prefer the rain version of Shambhala. 77%. 78. Well, now I have skewed the results because I've started talking about it. Yes, thank you, Super Cannon. Well, see, here's the thing. All right, and let's actually understand why the rain is a more appealing version of the song. So the reason why the rain's a more appealing version of the song is because it has more of a story, right? There's like these quiet parts, there's these real heavy parts, then we go back to quiet parts and we go back to heavy parts. That creates a story. It's like, imagine if you watched an Avengers movie And the whole movie was just like the end of Age of Ultron. Like the whole movie was just robots flying at the Avengers and the Avengers destroying robots and saving people. Like the whole movie, like literally from start to end for 2 hours, it was robots flying at the adventure, like straight. Like that was it. There was no story, no explanation, no opening, no ending, no end scene. All it was just to have just robots fighting Avengers. Okay, that's not much of a story. You want to have those parts in it. By the way, when I say story, I don't mean a literal story. I mean it's like it's just what it conveys, right? Also, people are pointing out that the thunder is not meant for extended listening. But hear me out here, because we're just explaining and understanding the difference between the two. By the way, it's not saying that it's not good. I'm not saying it's less than. We're just exploring the inputs of what's going on. We're not making a judgment. So, now, the Avengers movie, I think I like, maybe you agree with me, is when there's a balance between the action and the adventure, and then there's something else going on. You know, there's some lines of people talking, you're going places, sure, but they kind of, Marvel has that thing dialed in where like there's adventure and then there's things blowing up and then someone's talking, then there's a real human moment, right? And so what the rain does is rain gives us that range. Rain equals range, the ups and the downs. Whereas the thunder, it's like all either at a 9 or a 10 out of 10. It's like all robots flying the whole time, which is why I think in isolation as songs, 79%, including myself, prefer the rain. Yes, range. Very good. Very good. I love the punsters in the chat. Well done. Okay, let's check out this next one, which is called Verge of Death. Okay, now someone very rightly, like right way of thinking, said, okay, this also sounds like in 3/4. Like, remember we talked about the other song was like low, high, low, high, and sure enough, if you listen to this. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay. Here's the thing though, because it's moving so fast, I suspect, I could be wrong, but I suspect it's more likely in 3/2 and that the half note is getting the beat, because we can hear that not only are there subdivisions, but we're actually hearing what I would associate with being 32nd notes here, if we were thinking in terms of quarter notes. So if we instead don't think about quarter notes, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe a fast 3/4. It'll be 3/2 though. Yeah, 3/2. Why not? The half note gets a beat. That's totally permissible. Yeah, half note gets a beat, and that way your smallest thing you'd have would be an eighth note. Like a lot of times when 4/4 gets really fast, sometimes they'll write it as 2/2, so that the smallest division you need to read is an eighth note instead of a 16th note. It just makes it easier to read at very fast speeds. But we'd need to ask the composer, look at the official sheet music, as always, to truly know, because a lot of these things come down to ideas and artistic intent and intention. The next one is called The Curse. Okay, I have questions. My question is, all right, so let me tell you about the story that I heard in the music here. So the story that I heard was that the high-tech civilization, the high-tech weapons, either had to start over again, or were destroyed, or retreated, or they started a new way of thinking or a new attack. Because right at the end here, this sounds like an orchestra tuning, which is the beginning of a piece of music. That's a violin playing an A string, if ever I heard. I don't have a perfect pitch, but... it's an E! Told you I didn't have perfect pitch. Yeah. 100% right about all those. Sweet. All right, super cool. And again, if you're wondering how I'm able to tell what's going on in the story, number one, just by listening to the music, number one, it's because the composers did an amazing job. Number one, first and foremost. Number two, I'm using something called music theory to understand the music and break it down into all its component parts. This next one is called Song of the Nabateans. Okay, but didn't we just hear this for the goddess before? Ah, Sothis children. There you go. That makes sense. That was beautiful. So cool to hear the connection between Sothis's theme and then the song of the Nabateans. Chat was saying that they're sort of like the children of Sothis. Sothis, yeah, race, yeah, species, yeah, sure. All right, super cool. Let's check out this next one. It's going to be our bonus and our last song for today, which is called Between Heaven and Earth Inferno. Fire Emblem Warriors. Three Hopes. Soundtrack OST. Let's check this out. Yeah. Wow, an awesome, a hard-hitting, hard rock, a little metal version of Between Heaven and Earth there to play us out. Great vocals, phenomenal guitar playing, great mix, and a fantastic way to end this stream. Let's get this thing started with A Vow Remembered. Okay, so what's interesting here is this whole thing starts off and it feels chaotic. I was actually, funny thing, and this is the truth. As soon as it started playing, I started checking my audio settings because I thought for sure I was getting some weird audio routing issue and I was getting the song piping back into my, like, because just listen to this. It's like there's this delayed echo in the music of ideas and gestures and things happening. It almost gives you this feeling like you're being whipped around in water and you don't know which way is up. Like, you know, you've been surfing and a wave just caught you and you're just like tumbling around. Not that like everyone's been surfing, but like you can imagine what that's like. You don't know which way's up. That's what this feels like. It's a very disorienting or disorientating, if you happen to speak British English, experience. And we can notice here too, at the end, just with the way that the drums are coming in, everything just feels like it's all over the place. Getting those hits. So very interesting, a little chaotic, perhaps indicating some sort of, I don't know, impending doom or an impending chaos that's like a distance away that we're going to experience soon. Let's check out the next one. Apex of the World. Huh. A little confusion here too. Not confusion, like disoriented. Oh, I love that piano. Ooh. Oh! All right, so many themes we've heard throughout the game. One thing I want to just do a little research on here, and then I'll explain to you what arpeggios are. Wow, we lost an eighth note in there. Listen, we lost an eighth note, approximately. Right there. Whoa! That's an interesting little thing we just found there. A little jump, a little glitch. Perhaps intentional, I'm not sure. Very interesting. Now, let's understand what an arpeggio is. I have 43% of people who voted. By the way, if you're a lurker, you can vote. I'm not going to see you voted, so it's safe to vote if you are a lurker. Yeah, the YouTube upload, exactly. So, people want to know what an arpeggio is. So, an arpeggio is called an arpeggio is a broken chord. Now, what a chord is, when we take a note's like that. This is also a note. 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 A chord is when we play two or more notes together at the same time. So, that's a chord because we're playing 1, 2, 3. 3 notes all at the same time. Now what happens is when we break the chord or we separate the notes from the chord, so instead of going all together at the same time, we go, we play them one at a time, that's an arpeggio. An arpeggio is a type of broken chord. Now you can break chords in any types of ways. Technically a power chord there, but you get the idea. Resolve into an imperfect consonance there. So, yes, an arpeggio is just a broken chord. So you take all the notes that would normally come together in a chord, you just break them up in different orders. Okay, let's keep this thing going. With God, Shattering Star, we're going to listen through Rain, then Thunder, then I will give my thoughts. Here we go.
Who a risposta voce la vita da sin grani faceva spolvioris
Okay, hang on. Before we go to the Thunder, I just want to point out just a couple things. So there's actually a couple moments in here. We've heard the sort of major, minor, duplicitous nature of some of these things, and we actually just heard that right here at the end. So cool, because we talked about that in parts 1, and I believe parts 2 as well. So it's so cool to see that being called back here. Let's go quickly now, listen to Thunder, and then I'm going to break some things down and talk about some things, because wow. Sorry, I touched the mic. Once again, I'm honestly preferring the rain version here. So we're going to go back to the rain for the breakdown. Okay, now what's really cool here is that this is like... All right, so first of all, we are in... Yeah, we're in 6/8. So it's like there's 2 beats per measure. It's compound duple time. We're in 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 1. So 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. So we're hearing the subdivisions actually here. Now, what's really cool about what happens here is that part of the music really stays, and I'm sure if we're looking at the sheet music is going to stay in 6/8. But what happens here is that the composer, oh my gosh, starts doing some really, really fun and cool stuff with time. Like, let's listen to this for 1 second. 4 6 1 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2. So it's like, all right, yeah, can we call that syncopation? Can we call that a hemiola? I wouldn't feel confident labeling that as a hemiola because it wasn't a distinct new pattern of pulses, at least from what I heard up there. Perhaps if we sat down and analyzed a little bit more, we'd be able to pull out a hemiola from there. But the point is, we have this pattern of 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then within all those groupings, that grouping of 6, that cycle of 6, the composer's picking different moments to emphasize outside of what we've heard emphasized throughout the entire song, and that's what gives it that totally new feeling. Again, the time signature is really not changing, but in the idea of syncopation in terms of highlighting beats and, well, really moments where it's breaking up the pattern of the metric hierarchy of strongest and weakest beats. Shout out to my level 1 through level 3 music theory people. If you understand strong and weak beats, what's happening here is they're breaking the pattern of strong and weak beats. And that's what's making this sound the way it does. It's that rupture that you have this, in 6/8, you essentially just have strongest, weakest. And then within there, you have all the beat divisions and the beat subdivisions. But it's breaking that pattern. It's breaking that feeling of strongest, weakest. And that's what makes this so sort of weird and off-kilter to your ear if you find it to be weird. Check this out one more time. Also, just like little gestures at the main theme here. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, so it almost feels like a quadruple. It almost feels like quadruple simple meter. It's like groupings of 4 overlaid over the 6/8. Yeah, it might be 6/4. Look, Tom, it could be 6/8. It could be 6/4. I think saying 6/4 because then you're not having to read 16th notes is an argument that could be made, but we'd have to actually look at the sheet music. But that's not really the consequential thing here, whether it's 6/8 or 6/4. That's really just like zooming in and out on Google Earth and looking at, states versus or provinces, or counties versus like continents. That's all that is. When you look at the difference between 6/4, 6/8, you're just making it easier to read from a certain perspective because you're increasing all the relative rhythmic values of all the notes. A little advanced music theory idea there, but there you go. So look, check this out. I think we can call this grouping of 4. So maybe it is indeed a hemiola. Like I said, if we analyze a little more, I might get there. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. I don't know. Whatever. We'll sit down and actually do a full analysis on that perhaps some other time. But point is, really cool thing happening here where you have this break of the metric hierarchy. Let's listen to A Funeral of Flowers, Rain, and then Thunder. Ah, beautiful. Huh. Left hand arpeggios. easily one of my favorite Thunder themes. Wow. I mean, okay. To write that, first of all, was a stroke of genius. Then to play that, not everyone in the world who plays piano can do that. Like, just to be clear, not everyone can do that. Like, wow. Like, even right there. And it feels to me like, and look, I could be wrong. I'm going to say this right now. I could be wrong about what I'm about to say. It feels to me like they might drift just a touch in the pulse. Yeah, it's like just a little, just a touch of rush there. To be clear, this is armchair quarterbacking because I can't do that on the piano. So, armchair quarterbacking at its finest. An incredible piece. This was the first time we heard a Thunder, too, that was less busy than the Rain. Now, what do I mean by busy? By busy, I mean that even if you don't play music, you can hear one sounds, or you've never written music. Let's say you have no real interest in learning music, that's fine. You can hear the difference between when a piece of music sounds, well, like this, versus like this. Right, so I just played you like about the same part from each one of those songs. It was a Rain versus a Thunder. It's like in one there was a little bit more space. There was a little more. It was less busy, whereas the Thunder was more busy. And that's the first time we've heard a Thunder theme that's not busier than the Rain. Wow, and the Rain itself was, I mean, gorgeous. Type it 2 in the chat if you can hear the choir, the chorus, singing in the background. This is very faint. I wonder if they're saying the words for Sothis' theme. The cello just destroying it. And you can hear gestures at the thing we were just talking about the piano, where the digga da digga da digga da. You hear these gestures at it here. But really, when you look at the Rain version and you look at the arrangement that's done for the Thunder version, genius. Genius. That's one is called The World for Humanity. I always hear a choir, says Hammett Lou. Uh-oh. Okay, so we actually heard there's two themes in here. Or maybe I'm mistaking. Oh no, there was something. That's my mistake. I made a mistake. Don't listen to anything I just said for the past 3 years, 30 seconds. Okay, seriously though. Oh, I want to point out, there's some really cool flute things going on in here with the choir that I want to point out to you. Okay, so we're going to hear the choir go all out, pedal to the metal, and right at the end, the flute's going to be like, yeah. So check this out. Hear that? Ma-ba, right at the end, the flute. So look, the choir's going, yes, we're here. The flute's like, yeah. The flute's like the hype man for the choir. Listen to this. Choir swells. Here it is. Flute. Now listen again, because we're going to have another choir flute interaction here. Check this out. Also, ba 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 ba, hinting at the main theme there. And here we hear the flute doing a trill. A trill is when you alternate very quickly between two different notes. Ba ba ba, ba, ba. It's going back and forth. Well, up. Choir comes in now. Some really interesting choices in terms of the colors that these particular instruments and combinations evoke. Using that choir and that flute like that, very fascinating. I can't think of any time in my life before where I've heard a choir and a flute used like that. And then here at the end we can hear that's that, you actually hear this a lot. I actually was just watching Avatar, and they use that as well. The second Avatar movie, by the way, if you're watching this, I'm filming this in December of 2022, and Avatar 2 just came out. And while I was in Avatar, I was like, oh, because they had this exact thing. In the movie, which is also the same thing if you hear in Lord of the Rings for Rivendell, that's the sound for Rivendell. And then you can also hear that same idea being used. Right, a slightly different version of the arpeggio, but the same idea of giving you that, it's almost like we're augmented, no we're not, bringing it back to a major triad, like a flat 6. Right there, okay. Let's keep this going with Light and Shadow. Listen to this. All right, just the way that the bass is playing against the cello here. Really reminds me of a lot of that last season of Game of Thrones, how when they would bring that main theme back in, sort of put it at half speed, reharmonize it here and there. Oh, but gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. Wow. There's that little augmented thing again. Flat 6, whatever you want to call it. That sounds to me like the last scene of the video game before something else happens. But hey, listen to this, because this is really cool. So in the main theme, we always have the bum, 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 bum. Type of 1 in the chat if you know exactly what I'm talking about. Bum, 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 bum. I'm kind of messing it up at the end there, but you get the idea. Type 1 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Bum, chicka, chicka, bum, chicka, 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 bum, chicka, 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 bum, chicka, chicka, chicka. Yeah, okay. All right. So you guys know what I'm talking about. Now, look, what's really cool here is how they play with that idea. So right there, what that's doing, that's taking this idea right here. Right. Ba, 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 ba. It's taken and it's playing rhythmically with it. And then also, instead of having the notes go ba, 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 it's going ba, ba. And then it goes up from there as opposed to down. Up. 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 So what a cool way to take that original idea and reuse it there. Let me know in the chat if you can hear how those two are connected. I'd love to hear if you can hear from how I just broke that down for you, if you understand how that beginning of the main theme and that section right there, they're different, but they're connected. It's sort of like they're cousins. Like you kind of see the family resemblance, but they're definitely not siblings. Or not the same person, I should say. Rain Growth says, I totally get it. Anyone else? I know we run on a little delay here, but I'll give it a second. If you didn't get it, type a 3. I'll go back to, okay, Lord Sonorexel gets it. Who else gets it? Let me know. I want to make sure you're understanding what I'm saying. Yep. Cyanargle. Sorry, I'm saying that wrong. There's over 100 of you here. More than 3. Okay. Anonymous gets it. Pikachu gets it. Is this on the test? Says Red. Brad's very funny. In other words, I get it. Yes, okay. All right, well, that's about 5%. That's cool. I'll take that. That's a win. All right, this next one is called Wailing. Wow. Okay. The mix on this is incredible. It sounds to me like perhaps, again, I could be wrong here, perhaps they used a stereo widener plugin, which is when you take something that's in stereo, but use, instead of the, like, and if you look on a stereogram thing, I don't know, I use Isotope Insight. If you look on Isotope Insight, you can see where sort of the sound is coming from. And then as you widen the stereo image, it's like all of a sudden, instead of being like here, it's like, whoosh, it opens up where you're hearing the piano, because you can hear that, like, it feels like some notes are over here, some notes are over here. So it doesn't feel like someone's just right in front of you playing a piano. It feels like you're inside the piano, and it's like the keys are stretched out around you. Yeah, like you never hear those bass notes are more on the left, and then those higher notes are more definitely on the right. Could also be that it's different pianos mixed together at different takes. That's one of the really cool things about using digital software. You can actually move where you're hearing the sound around. Let's check out Wailing. Or Still Horizon, excuse me. That last one was Wailing. Okay, I want to bring a really interesting call and response to your attention. Listen to this. Call. Response. Call. Response. You have the strings are calling out an idea, a phrase, this little melodic fragment, and then responding to it is the trumpet, or the horns, we could say the brass. So listen to this. Here we go. Call, response, call, response, call, So what's going on in this scene where there's call and response, there's dialogue, someone's copying someone else, someone's following someone else, someone is leading someone else? I'd be very curious to know, because that was a very distinct call and response there, and I would have a feeling that something is going on in Still Horizon in the game. Let me know in the chat, because I'd love to hear about it. The next one is called A Place to Rest. The epilogue. An epilogue is like an echo of the story, perhaps. Maybe tenuous. gesturing at the main theme here, kind of walking around it. The main theme, it's like it's here in spirit. So let's actually go back and listen to a little bit. So what's interesting is that this is dancing around the main theme. It's not the main theme. I don't think we could even call it a variation on the main theme, but you can hear that the main theme is like hiding. It's like I don't know. To use a Star Wars reference, it's like this song is the Empire and the main theme is Darth Sidious. It's like it's hiding behind the scenes, controlling everything, and you don't ever actually see it, but it's there. And sure, like, look, clearly. Ba ba bo ba. Ba ba bo ba. Right? I was like, you can hear how if we were to play the main theme over this, it would kind of work. That's what I mean. It's like you can hear that it's a different piece of music, it's a different musical idea, but the main theme is there in spirit because it's just, it's running through the whole thing. Yeah, Raingrowth says I can hear it, yeah. Hans Girl says, oh no, it's talking about something else. Okay. Yeah, very cool. All right, let's check out this next one called A Star in the Morning Sky. Like, again, gesturing at the main theme here. I know it's a different idea. Oh, it's there. Oh, little reverses in there. Perhaps a reference to Sothis. All right, so many themes we've heard before. Something I want to point out to you though back here. All right, so what's really cool about this moment here, basically, you can think about this entire piece of music. It's going in groups of 4. The rhythm, like the pattern of this song is groups of 4, and the time signature would be 4/4. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Now, what's really cool what happens here is that instead of emphasizing the 1, because typically when you have groups of 4 in music, the 1 is always going to get the most emphasis. It's going to be the strongest beat. But what happens here is that the 1 is actually almost left silent by almost everything that's playing except for the melody. And then everything, like the big bulk of all the instruments, comes in on 2. So listen, I'm going to count along with it. And you're going to hear that there's like nothing on 1 that's big, whoosh, rush in on 2. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. So that's a really interesting way of actually displacing the emphasis in the music. Really cool. All right, this next one is called The Edge of Dawn. Oops. Let's try that again. This one is called... because, see, all right, let me explain to you what just happened, because it does happen sometimes. So I'm using YouTube. Oh, it's open on my other computer. That's the reason. YouTube's like, we think you're in 2 places at once, sir. Yeah, well, I am. This is the credits theme. Thank you. Thank you, Pikachu. And a shout out and thank you to Pikachu for putting these playlists together. We've used
Reach
parts 1 through
for
4.
my hand, I'll soar away into the dawn. No, I wish I could stay here in cherished halls, in peaceful days. I fear the edge of dawn, knowing time betrays. Bright lights pass through colored glass in this beloved place. Silver shines, the world dines, a smile on each face. As joy surrounds, comfort abounds, and I can feel I'm breaking free. For just this moment lost in time, I am finally me. Yet still I hide behind this mask that I have become. My blackened heart, scorched by flames of force I can't run from. As I live out each peaceful day, deep in my soul, oh, I know I can stay. So I wish I could hide away, hold tight to what I love, keep cruel fate at bay. As the rain falls on the path, I chase your shadow. I don't feel a single drop or the ground below. Then you turn to me and I stop before I know. And the lie upon my lips, I let it go. Cross my heart, making vows I know will be betrayed. A sad girl's plea, live only for a breath and then they fade. Don't ever take back your kind hand, lest precious love slip away like time sand. Only we will know all that was lost, scars that we can't erase. Show us life's true cost. The blue moonlight cuts across our sight as pure and clear as a ringing bell, reaching for us in the night. As the wind comes with thoughts, I hold strong on this terrace. I feel at peace, carried away by the wind's song. Open the door and walk away. Never give in to the call of yesterday. Memories that made those days sublime. These ruined halls and tombs, stolen time.
A beautiful, beautiful credit sequence. Hey, but we have a couple bonuses, so we're just going to jump straight into that. I thought the singer's overall vocal quality lent itself very well to the song. I also think that this song is one of the better vocal themes that we've heard from the game soundtracks we've listened to so far on this channel, in terms of there being a main theme and the voice being put to it. The next one is called Color of Sunrise. Well, that was a beautiful presentation of the main theme. Very tasteful. Now, we do have two bonus tracks. We're going to listen to Fire Emblem, Three Houses, God Shattering Star metal version, which I'm pretty stoked for. And then also we're going to listen to the Apex World Parts 1 and 2 mix, Inferno. Let's rock and roll and check these out. Where are these guys, in Greece or something? California. I've heard of these guys. Oh yeah, come on. That was pretty sick and also epic. I think it was really cool to have the voice actor doing the singing there. But yo, some of that guitar arrangement and like the choice at the end, like when we were talking about, when we listened to the original, that we were talking about how it's like kind of this hemial thing, they went full on right there. And it was like they changed the meter, like they took it out of 6/8 minute, like a shuffle type of a thing. Feeling, okay, it might not have been exactly shuffle, but like changing the feeling of everything on it, that was really, really cool. All right, let's listen to one more for today. This is called Apex of the World. That was sick and a phenomenal, phenomenal way to end this stream. Thank you so much to Weirdness Unfolds and Pikachu for getting all these tracks together. Legend of the Chalice. Let's go back and listen to the beginning of this. Got it. Sorry. That idea. Wild. We can hear it throughout the entire track. So listen, we have. We're in right there in the harp. Still there. Still there. 2 minutes. Still there. 2.5 minutes. Still there. All the way through to the ending. So, as always, we could talk about 1,000,001 things with this track, but just to look at the idea that there's this one musical phrase, eat eggs breakfast, and it's going, sorry, a little sharp on that last one, but like throughout the entire thing, it's a wild way to build a track. I think it's also interesting too is when we got around to the 2-minute mark, I was wondering, I was like, where are they going to take this? Because clearly by the 2-minute mark, the fact that that sort of idea, that fragment, that gesture was still in there, I was like, all right, they're probably not going to be changing chords up too much because that one idea kind of has them locked in place. But here, yeah, some movement around just that idea. Very, very interesting. Let's these tracks all loop once. After that, I was wondering about that. All right, so let's see The Forgotten, because what we'll do is we'll skip the loops so we can like get to the good stuff and spend more time talking. We do have a list of tracks that for sure loop from Pikachu. Oh, okay. We definitely have a motif from the song we just heard. Yeah, okay, so piano's doing the same thing we heard. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. All right. Huh. This is probably the loop right here. Yeah, there you go. That's the loop. Okay, so many things to talk about here. Okay, this right here is like the coolest thing I've heard all week, and I will say this, we listened to 3 parts of this Three Houses soundtrack this week. This is like the coolest moment, I think. This right here. Right here. Wait for it. Now. Oh my gosh, that is so beautiful. So let's talk about what makes that beautiful. So number one, there's a break. There's a break in terms of we have these drums playing, and then the drums stop. Here it is. Oh no, the drums keep going. There's less drums, and instead of having the and what we're hearing there too is that there's this moment. We talked about this in part 4 yesterday on the live stream. If you're watching this before part 4, you can go check that out too. That there was a moment where the sort of pulse of the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 1 got taken away and there was an emphasis on the 2. We can hear a similar idea here where there is no guitar or there is no movement on the 1. There's this pullback. So where I snapped, that's the silence. Listen to it. I mean, it's not pure silence. Yeah, right there. Oh. Oh, so beautiful. Just the combination of that guitar with the piano and the xylophone, or indeed marimba, more likely there. Marimba creates such a beautiful soundscape there, such a unique feeling. One more thing I want to point out too is that this song is in 4/4, but it doesn't feel like 4/4, and that's because the way that the metric hierarchy is being approached with the drums. So typically we think of 4/4, and 4/4 just means that the pattern or the feeling of the music is grouped into 4. Let me show you what I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even if you know nothing about music, you can kind of feel how the music is going around in these cycles and these patterns. And because of the way the drums are set up, the drums are not giving a lot of emphasis on 1 or 2. It's like on the 1 and 3 and It's on the of 2, of 1 and of 3 is where we're getting those movements, and that's what kind of gives it that feeling as well. The being, if we look at that count of 1, 2, 3, 4 that we were just talking about, that cycle of 1, 2, 3, 4, and if we were to divide each one of those 4 counts into 4 subdivisions, because a division would be 2, we divide each one of those 4 counts into 4 subdivisions, and we look at the last of the 4 subdivisions, 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and it's on the of 1, the of 3. Very cool. Let's go check out this next one. Woven by Fate. Oh, this is groovy. Oh! There's our loop. I believe. Chat, type of 1 if that's the loop there. Yeah, that's the loop. Okay, look, let's talk about this because we're going to have a day where we're going to talk about rhythm, I have a feeling, today. So, just like we were talking about before, so everything you've learned so far today, we're actually going to use here. So we know that in 4/4 we have this sort of pattern of 4. We know within that pattern of 4, each one of those 4 can be divided further into 4. Well, subdivided, technically speaking, using correct music language. Now, what's really cool here is how the composer is putting these little moments, these little hits on the subdivisions and the divisions of the beat, as opposed to emphasizing the actual downbeat. The downbeat being the 1, the 2, the 3, or the 4. So the 1, E and so that's the name of the subdivision. So the E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and Check this out. It's right there. Oh, just right there. So cool. So you could hear that every once in a while the composer's marking the 1. And what makes everything that sounds sound cool after that is the very fact that the composers marked the one. It's like, here's the one. Here's your North Star. Here's where you think everything should be. And then here's where I'm going to mess with you until I give you the next one. Not mess with you in a mean way, but just create really cool things with the music. So check this out. So we're even right there. So look, one and two and three and four. So that's on an and. So it's not on an E or an up, but that's on the third division of the fourth beat. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The third division, 1 E and. So 4 E and. So cool. Oh, and oh, right there. That's so cool. So 1 E and yeah. So one E and 2 E and super fascinating rhythms to actually emphasize and bring out a totally different thing. All right, let's check it out. Next one is called The Shackled Wolves. They said reverse main theme. I don't know if that's the reverse of it, but that sounds like the main theme to me. Or a variation on the main theme. Yes, I do hear the reverse thing. Okay, I think that's a loop there. All right, so many things to get. Oh gosh, you know, sometimes guys, we listen to a whole soundtrack, we get to the DLC, and I'm like, I prefer the so far. Honestly, I prefer the DLC music, and that's my personal opinion because from. Okay, so let me be clear. When I say prefer music, that's my personal opinion, but my professional thing, and like I love all music. All right, how do I clarify this? I love all, and sorry if this is like your first stream and you're like, who is this guy and why is he talking about his favorite music and why should I care? I'm sorry, but here it is. If you feel you have to go, come back another time. So, Okay, right. So look, it's like I love all music. Some people ask me what my favorite music is. People ask me what my favorite soundtrack is. It's like I don't know because I like music. I like the way the music makes me feel, and different music makes me feel a different way. And to say one feeling's better than another feeling to me is not a thing, right? So to say I have a favorite music, I don't. But there's some things that I personally prefer. Like I like funk fusion, right? I like these kind of Matheny-esque things, like we were hearing with that guitar and the harp and the marimba. Like I like that stuff. It's like the sort of music nerd in me is like, oh yes, I like. So just to be clear on that, and for any of you who don't care what I think, I'm sorry you had to sit through that. Maybe one day you will grow to care. Maybe not. Okay, but let's talk about some things with the Shackled Wolves. Reign here. Right, so you can hear that this whole thing here is gesturing at stuff we've heard before in the main game. Now here's where things get really wild. It's we get this stuttering effect, which we did hear a little bit in the main game. On top of that, so I think what's interesting right there is the last time we heard music that was sort of techno like that in the base game, it was when we were talking about those Javelins of Light, this sort of advanced tech, weapons tech. And then, so I'm very curious about what sort of technology perhaps is being represented by that in music, if any. Then, right here, very busy, we're hearing stutters, we're hearing forward piano, backwards piano, stuttered piano, stuttered guitar. So last time in the base game, we heard forwards and reverse sounds together. It was to represent, I believe, Sothis and then Sothis' children, which were the Nethians or something. And that was because of the element of time warpiness, I believe, that like Sothis has the power to do. So what's going on here with the reverse time in the game, chat? I'd be very curious to know and to understand. Nabateans, thank you, Anna. Isn't much technology around this? Huh. Well, chat, let me know, because I'm very, very curious to know. Meanwhile, we'll figure that out. This is another Thunder version. Oh! Okay, I think that's our loop here. So, guys, check out this drum sound here. So, if you know nothing about music, you're going to get this too. So just listen to the drums. Just pay attention to them. By the way, the drums are going to the... Those are the drums, just in case. Pay attention to the drum sound here. Now compare that to the drum sound here. All right, let's go back. Listen to this. Now listen to this. So there's a couple things that change. Number one, it seems to me that that original snare sound that we heard just now, this sort of softer snare sound, might be layered in here just with something on top of it. On top of that, you hear that sort of, it's almost like the bell of a ride cymbal being played. So you can't hear it here. Listen to your right ear versus here. That kind of like bell sound that's right over here. Fascinating. Even within the Thunder theme, there's an evolution of the drums. But just like with the main game, the drums are a big part of what is making that change from the rain to the thunder, from the sort of gameplay to the battle. With, of course, the exception of that one sort of Sothis-y thunder theme we heard last time, which was all piano, which was sick. All right, this next one is called At What Cost? Let's check it out. It's like the same chords as the main theme. It was. Right. It's like changing the main theme just a little bit. Okay, and this is the loop here. I do believe. So, chat, can you confirm by typing? Yeah, loop. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, chat. I really appreciate you letting me know when there's a loop. Because sometimes it's not always exactly halfway, and sometimes I'm like, is it that? Okay, so, check this out here. Right, and that's where it changes. But you can see how this essentially new theme is basically the main theme, that main song that we have for the entire, I'm saying main so many times. The rain in Maine falls mainly on the mains. Anyway, that this theme is like so close to the main theme from the main game, which you could play in Maine. And you could also wear a lion's mane while you eat lion's mane mushrooms, because you can stir fry those with gas from the main line, which is the main thing I like to do when it rains. Okay, really cool. Let's hear what thunder sounds like. All right, yeah, look. Okay, but here, look. Check this out, because this is sick. All right, I want you to let me know. General Alzo, that's funny. Hey, guys, let me know if you can hear the shredding piano in here, because this is absolutely insane. Where was it? Oh, right here. Oh my goodness. Okay, type a 2 in the chat if you can hear that shredding piano. I want to know if you can hear that. Yes, Pikachu says, yes, piano, fantastic. Tomas says, crazy piano. Simon says, yep. Rad says, yeah. Yeah, Rad says, 2. Yeah. All right, Jonathan, you can hear it. Rain growth. All right, now this is really what I want to know. How many of you, this is the first time you're noticing this piano? Type first if this is the first time you've noticed this piano and you've heard this music before. That's what I want to know. So type first in the chat if this is the first time you oh, okay, and you've heard it before. Yes. All right, a couple of you. Oh, that's so cool. Simon says it caught it before. Jonathan first. Flowers heard it before. Fen wrote a 1, which I suppose means, I don't know, coffee or eggs or something. Very cool. All right, hey, let's listen to the next one called Corridors of the Tempest. Okay, and we're heading into loop here. All right. So guys, check this out, because this is so cool. All right, so look, this part remains in the time signature of 4/4, but the way it's broken up is fascinating. So first, let me prove to you that this is basically staying in 4/4, it's just finding a sneaky way around it, and then I'll talk about the sneaky way around it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you hear how, even though there's something different happening in there, it's still coming around in cycles of 4 and cycles of 8. Now, check out the emphasis that's being put on the musical syllables here is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 to create 8. So check this out. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. And it's almost going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, and 2, and which is kind of a hemiola. So it's kind of doing sort of like 2 measures of 6/8, 1 measure of 2/4, kinda, sorta. This is really pushing it, right? But it's sort of like 2 groups of compound duple and then 1 group of simple duple meter. Kind of. Yeah, but not really. Yeah. 1, 4 classes. 1, 4 classes. 1, 2, 1, 3. Yeah. Yeah. 1 and 2 and. Wow. Fascinating thing. Okay, let's check out this next one. Oh, which is going to be the Thunder version. Let the beat drop. Okay, type a 2. Type number 2 on your phone or on your keyboard. In the chat right now, if you heard the trap hi-hats that we heard all the way back in the base game, here in this just now, type a 2 in the chat if you heard the trap hi-hats. Okay. Okay, we got some people. Ooh, quite a few of you caught them. Oh, very cool. Now, if any of you didn't catch them, don't worry. I'm going to point them out to you. So they're very quiet, but they're mixed all the way back in your left ear. It sort of feels like they're back here, like diagonally back here. It does sounds. Right there. And what's really cool is it's alternating between that and then an actual like crash cymbal. Wow. Busy would be the word. Very cool. It's on both actually. Oh, I see what you mean. Right there at the end. Like right there. Yeah, you also did it right. That's correct. Right there, right at the end. Very, very cool. Great ears, chat. All right, the next one is called Time to Act. Wow, this sounds like Zelda. This does not sound like Fire Emblem. Yes, this sounds like SNES. Well, except for the bass. Sounds SNES-ish. SNES inspired, if you will. Also the drums and that. If you didn't hear the SNES. Oh, that was that little arpeggio we heard last time. Well, not arpeggio necessarily. There it is again. Oh, interesting. Oh! Huh. Okay, so two things. I'll talk about one of them. So what we can hear right there. Ba, 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 ba. What we heard right there, it's like gesturing at the very first theme we heard at the beginning of this DLC soundtrack. It kind of sounds like God rest ye merry gentlemen, like nothing you dismay. It kind of sounds a little bit like that, which is why I was so in my opinion, could be wrong here, but I think we actually found an interesting connection between this and the first theme we ever heard in this DLC stream here today. A very, very interesting little fragment there that perhaps got recycled there. Yeah, completely different games, but still related, right? Yeah, but definitely coincidence. Okay, but hang on. You guys are saying just a coincidence. You mean the composer didn't go back, listen to the old games, and be like, oh, let me take that idea and run with it in the new game? Yeah, it doesn't mean a composer could go back and review it. Right. There's a possibility. Yes. Maybe. Well, just because it's different composers doesn't mean the previous composer didn't go back and listen to what happened previously in the series to get inspired. You're right. Exactly, Manini. Could be. All right, let's listen to the next one. Look. If I was composing video game music for a series, and it's a series, so if it was a one-off game, I'd do my thing, right? I'd like talk to the developers, see what the feeling was, see if they had any inspiration for like certain artists or genres or time periods. But if I was coming in to compose music for a game series, I would want to listen to everything in that series up to that point, understand it, analyze it, get in the headspace of the composers, and then say, okay, I understand the common language or the feeling of what's going on in this series. And that's, of course, assuming that the devs would want to continue the feeling of the series forward, right? And not want a complete change, in which case you just don't listen to it. But to continue it forward, I would do my homework and I would listen to everything in the series. I would understand it, analyze it, and then put my own voice and give my own way of presenting those ideas to continue the feeling of continuity. So that's why I think that's a possibility. Oh, come with me now. So going back to rhythm, this has 3 very interesting sections. Here's our first section. I mean, this is globally speaking. This is like zooming out. Yeah, for me, that's like 34. This accordion in here is sick. Now here, you could look at this one of 2 ways. And by the way, if you're a music theory nerd, I'd love to hear what you think about this here. Because look, we could think of this as being a fast 3, right? Like we had a tempo modulation here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Find it more likely, perhaps we're in 12/8. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 4, 2, 3, 1 lolly, 2 lolly, 3 lolly, 4 lolly, 1 lolly, 2 lolly, 3 lolly, 4 lolly, 1 lolly, 2 lolly, 3 lolly. Then back to like 3. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 1, 2, 3 again. So either alternating between simple and compound meter or staying in simple meter and doing a significant tempo jump there. Very interesting. Let's check out this next one, which is called Conquest Ablaze. Ah. See, now this theme here, to me, is related to the main theme of Three Houses. It's not it. We could talk about all the ways it's different, but the gestures, the feeling. All right, check this moment out here. Here. Right, okay, here it is. Here we go. Okay, now, this is what I want to hear from you. When you heard this piece of music, especially right here, right here, right now. Type an M, a letter M like Mary. Type an M in the chat if you feel like this sounds military. Oh, an interesting question. Type an M, letter M in the chat if you feel like this sounds military to you. Ah. Oh, interesting. All right, guys, let's unpack why this sounds military. This sounds military for a couple reasons. Number one, we can go all the way back to Joseph Sousa, who wrote many of the very famous American military marches. Marching beat to it. But it's not just the drums and the horn. It's also what's happening in the bass. So having this thing where the bass is walking down below the chords, like, I don't know, that type of a thing, where what's happening is we're actually picking different inversions of the chords to match up with the bass notes. But I'm reminded specifically of a classic American military song from, I believe, the First World War, which is called The Caissons Go Rolling Along, which is then later repurposed into the unofficial anthem of the United States Army, which was The Army Goes Rolling Along. And there's many moments throughout The Caissons Go Rolling Along where there is a descending over hill, over dale, we have hit the dusty trail, and those caissons go rolling along. Again, march right about, hear those wagon soldiers shout, and those caissons go rolling along. And then here's where, because it's high, high, in the field artillery. And so having these moments where there's a chord in the top, high, high, one more time, high, high, in the field artillery. Play that again for you. This is exactly, by the way, this is exactly how it is in the recording from like the I don't recall the year of the recording, but you could hear the same exact thing happen in the, I think, the original recording. Because it's high, high, high. And so having those, the staccato, drums, horns, but then having those bass movements in with those chords along indeed with the tempo, with the speed of it, it makes it exactly tri-lighting. It sounds heroic. And it's so cool that this idea, these musical ideas that were used all the way back in the 1910s. Like, whoa, way back. This sound we still hear today, and we're like, oh, sounds military. How cool is that? All right, let's listen to the next one. Okay. So many cool things happening here too, along with indeed another metric modulation. A metric modulation is when we switch meters from simple meter to compound meter or back and forth. So what's interesting is typically marches would be in simple meter, which means every beat, every count will be divided into 2 and subdivided into 4. But instead what we're hearing here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. So marches typically are in 2 instead of 4 because, well, just so happens humans, many humans, most humans have 2 feet. And so we march left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. That's the whole thing about marches. Now, here's the thing. Typically marches are going to be in 2-2 or 2-4, which means it's going to be 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and or 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a over 1 and a 2 and down we have hit the dusty trail and the 1 2 rolling a 1 2 1 counter 1 2 1 2 left right set and those caissons go rolling a left right. But here it's 1 2 3 2 2 3 1 2 3 2 2 hill. Over hill, over dale, we have hit the dusty trail and the cases go rolling along. Counter march right about here, those wagons are sat and those cases go rolling along. Cause it's high for the field artillery. I can't do it. Okay, we get the idea. 1 2 3 2 2 3 1 2 3 2 2 3 1 2 3 2, and we have a metric modulation here into 4-4. Where is it? 1 2 3 4. Fascinating to change between that 1 2 3 2 2 3 to the 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E and that's a metric modulation right there. Guys, I'm hearing the main theme here. I mean, I'm not literally hearing it, I'm hearing the space for it. Let's keep it going. Wow, what a way to end it. That was a banger for sure. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me as we traversed our way through this Fire Emblem 3 Houses soundtrack and DLC. What a fantastic, fantastic time. I'll give you my final thoughts and final reaction on the series. I love the music. I love the vibe. I love the way that those themes kept on coming back, the different motifs. Oh my goodness. All the different presentations and ideas that kept on coming back that we got to go figure out and find all the small little Easter eggs. We went and we actually got in our ears, and it was so cool. Yeah, let's do this. I think you're gonna like this playlist over here because I made this playlist just for you because you want to get better at creating your own music. Everything in there is just geared towards, well, creating your own music. Examples of me walking you through how to create music, examples of me creating music and talking you through how I'm thinking, even more lessons, deep dives, insights into creating video game music.